Welcome to the March 2nd, 2023 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. Can I have a motion to excuse Mr. Holston this evening? So moved. Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And that passes 8-0. We are in the Katie Dorset Council Chamber. People wishing to speak must sign up by 6 p.m. using the Q-Minder kiosk just outside the council door. Please see the courier for assistance. Let the record reflect that all members are in attendance except Councilmember Holston. Please silence any electronic devices. If you must make a call or receive a call, kindly do so from outside the chamber. We'd like to begin tonight's meeting with a moment of silence. Mrs. Hightower, I know you wanted to recognize.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted us to remember Wesley McGuire. Wes was a longtime member of Concerned Citizens of Greensboro, as well as Eastside Civitans, but he also served on our GTA Transit Board for 2 terms from 2007 to 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Hoffman, would you lead us in the pledge? We welcome speakers to address council on specific agenda items. During the first meeting of the month, time is dedicated for speakers to address council on non-agenda items. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes per comments. The City of Greensboro is committed to promoting an environment that is free of discrimination, bias, and bullying. Zoom participants are requested to mute their microphones until they are called upon to speak. All meeting attendees are expected to respect speakers and council deliberations. People disrupting the meeting will be removed from the meeting. By statute, council members must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest. All votes will be moved and seconded. The mayor will announce the vote total. Now is the time for our ceremonial or presentation items. Item E1 is the city manager's report.
Nothing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Item E2 is a resolution to honor the retirement of Lieutenant Colonel Larry Burnett. Mrs. Hightower?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is Colonel Burnett here tonight?
Are there any members of the Burnett family in attendance?
Did he make it inside? Was he able to get it? Are there people outside? I know he was supposed to be here. He and Rhonda. Okay, Rhonda. Colonel didn't make it? Okay. Maybe he couldn't get in. Resolution to commemorate the retirement of Lieutenant Colonel retired Larry Burnett, Executive Director for Hayes Taylor Memorial Young Men's Christian Association, YMCA. Whereas on April 30th, 2023, after a 15-year career, Lieutenant Colonel Larry Burnett retired from his position as Executive Director of the Hayes Taylor Memorial Young Men's Christian Association, YMCA. Whereas, starting as a YMCA, aka the Y, volunteer, retired Lieutenant Colonel Burnett began his journey at Hayes Taylor after serving for 24 years in the United States Army. Whereas, he served on the Hayes Taylor Board for 6 years before being named the Executive Director. Whereas, under retired Lieutenant Colonel Burnett's guidance and leadership, the staff, volunteers, and Hayes Taylor YMCA community raised over $11.3 million for building renovations. Whereas, he served the community in several capacities during his tenure with the Y, including Bethel AME Church Board of Trustees, Truist Bank Advisory Board, Southeast Guilford County Community Foundation, Greensboro Men's Club, Malachi House Board of Directors, North Carolina A&T State University Military Alumni Committee Chair, and Boy Scouts Executive Outreach Committee. Whereas, as a result of his many years of service to the community, retired Lieutenant Colonel Burnett received numerous awards and recognitions, including being named one of the 50 most influential African Americans in the Triad, Hayes Taylor Man of the Year, and C.W. Lawrence Masonic Lodge Community Leader of the Year. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council wishes to express its sincere appreciation and gratitude to retired Lieutenant Colonel Larry Burnett. Sorry, y'all. Sorry about that. For his many years of dedicated service to both country and community. That the City Council shall adopt this resolution at the May 2nd, 2023 City Council meeting in honor of retired Lieutenant Colonel Larry Burnett. That a copy of this resolution shall be delivered to retired Lieutenant Colonel Larry Burnett as a symbol of the gratitude of the residents of Greensboro for his steadfast service and contributions to the Greensboro community. Adopted this the second day of May 2023.
Second
Move
the
the
motion.
resolution.
Second the motion, resolution.
Move the resolution.
So that was moved by Mrs. Hightower and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. Is there someone from the family who would like to accept that resolution?
Rhonda, will you come up and accept this? Did Colonel not make it? We have a special gift for him. Come forward.
Yeah, we can't hear you unless you're at the podium.
While she's coming forth, I just personally want to thank Colonel Burnett for the work that he's done and the absolute hard work on getting Hayes Taylor, the new Hayes Taylor, established, and his kindness to my husband and other senior citizens that come to Hayes Taylor. A great man. I want him to have a great retirement. I wish him well. I don't blame him.
We'll make sure that he
Zach,
gets-
I'm not mad at him.
Yeah. I do want to say that the Hayes Taylor Y and the City of Greensboro, that is a great partnership out at Barber Park, and it is a beautiful facility, and I was pleased that we were able to support them additionally through some ARP funding this year. He has done a great job.
Yes, and so I'm guess she'll speak after. But we had wanted, I wanted, and we had all agreed to present Colonel Burnett with the key to the City of Greensboro. And the reason for that is because he has opened so many doors of opportunity for the youth that has come through the doors of Hayes Taylor Y, and for all those who enter. And he helped to open the door as they transition from the old location to the current new location, which is at Barber Park at East Greensboro on the corner of Florida Street and Gate City Boulevard. And so even though they had to leave the original location on East Market Street for reasons of progress, they remained in this community, and he helped to see that the doors were open. And so that's why I wanted to present him the key. And I'm going to get him when I see him.
Well, on behalf of Colonel Retired Burnett, I want to thank the council for this recognition. He certainly has been a pillar in our community in helping to serve all those from our active older adults to our children to our teens. He's been with the YMCA for 16 years as an employee and 6 years as a volunteer. And so we're grateful for this recognition, and I know that he is sorry that he's missed this, but thank you once again to the council for your support, and not only Colonel Burnett, but for the YMCA Hayes Taylor. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I pray Colonel Burnett is okay with everything, but I do love having Hayes Taylor in District 1 right there. It's such an asset and an amenity for our community.
Thank you. Item number E3 is a resolution declaring the month of May as Bike Month in the city of Greensboro. Mrs. Abuzawader?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas for more than a century, the bicycle has been an integral form of transportation and recreation in communities across North Carolina. And whereas 2023 is the official North Carolina Year of the Trail, with the goal to inspire people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds to bike, walk, or hike the greenways and trails. And whereas the Congress of the United States, with the passage of the most recent transportation bill referred to as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, has demonstrated financial support for enhancing bicycling opportunities. And whereas there is a need to promote alternative forms of transportation, such as walking and bicycling, in order to reduce pollution, reduce America's dependence on fossil fuels, and improve the health and well-being of all people. And whereas the adopted 2015 Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Greenways Master Plan, BiPED plan, and 2018 update recommends 334 miles of urban bicycle accommodations and 996 miles of paved shoulders to improve bicycling conditions in the MPO. And whereas the Greensboro Department of Transportation and the North Carolina Department of Transportation have adopted the Complete Streets policy to deliver roadway projects that include pedestrian and bicycle accommodations. And whereas Bike Month and Bike to Work Week aid in increasing public awareness for bicycling, educating the community about the benefits of bicycling for transportation, emphasizes bicycle safety, and encourages people to bicycle commuting. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the month of May 2023 is hereby declared Bike Month, and the week of May 15th to 21, 2023 is Bike to Work Week. All residents are encouraged to participate in the events planned, and all road users are urged to share the road safely with bicyclists. Adopted this the second day of May 2023, and I would like to move this resolution.
Moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. We do have
some speakers, yes.
we do have some speakers. Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes, and I will present this to our department. And anyone who would like to speak, go ahead.
They can't talk about the civil service board because it's an agenda item unless they
Thank you, Councilperson Abuzawader, as well as City Council, for acknowledging Bike Month. Hashtag growing partnerships is how I would characterize the efforts around this month's Bike Month. Kudos to Joshua Hoffman from GDOT, come forward, and also Chelsea Phipps from Parks and Recreation for pulling partners together to plan an exciting Bike Month, and also Amanda Limerick and Mary Brookshire from Communications for their creativity. Bike Month is an opportunity to bring attention to a transportation mode some have chosen, and for some, the only option to travel. The department has planned and directed the implementation of over 100 miles of bicycle facilities. Identifying, planning, and implementing facilities for cyclists, pedestrians, and transit users support efforts and goals across various departments, including becoming a car-optional city, reducing gasoline consumption, and GDOT's mission to provide safe, seamless, and equitable transportation choices. Bike Month activities include on-road beginner rides, mental health charity ride, canned food charity ride, annual ride of silence honoring those who have lost their lives while cycling, and bike rodeos, to name a few. I would especially like to mention the Bike Library grand opening on May 21st from 1 to 4 p.m. at Barber Park, and I think David will talk a little more about that. Details for these and other events can be found at www.greensboro-nc.gov/Bike Month. And we do have, and you all have them, where you can find out more information if you would like to participate or share. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Nicole Lindo. She's from BIG, the executive director. I will say, I said hashtags growing partnerships. They have been excellent partners. We don't always agree on everything, but we work together to try to get things done. So I'll let Nicole come forth, and then David Hefstad from TAP in Bikesboro.
Thank you so much, Lydia. My name, as she said, is Nicole Lindahl, and I'm going to put this down here. Okay. So I'm with Bicycling in Greensboro, and I'm here today as a member of our advocacy committee, and actually I'm here with a couple other of our members, if you don't mind standing. They came to support the resolution. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you, our City Council representatives, for voting in favor of May becoming our official Bike Month in Greensboro. Having lived here my whole life, I can honestly say that Greensboro has transformed over the years. From a place where I feared for my life riding to and from work every day, to a place that is becoming a positive trendsetter for bicycling infrastructure and increased driver awareness. From the city where it was an anomaly to pass another cyclist while on my daily commute, to one where the number of bicyclists is growing exponentially. I am feeling like actually a sense of pride for my city that it didn't exist before. And it has happened, and continues to happen because of decisions like this one to pass this very resolution that continues to help the city grow in a positive direction. I just wanted to say, for those of you who have never ridden a bicycle, it's never too late to learn. And for those of you who haven't ridden in a long time, consider dusting off that bike of yours and enjoy the beautiful spring weather outdoors and a sense of freedom and community that you get when riding on two wheels. I encourage you to celebrate Bike Month with us at one of the many Bike Month events. And let me just end with a quote from JFK. Nothing compares to the simple pleasure of a bike ride. But thank you again.
Nicole, what's your website?
It is bikegso.org.
I wanted you to know that I signed my kids up last week for the May 13th Learn to Ride. I would rather y'all teach them than me.
I think
So
that's
we're
wonderful. Thank you, Zach.
Zach, if I can tag on to you, I will tell you that just this past year, Big taught me how to ride a bike for the first time, and thank you, and their kids' classes are great, and their adults' classes are even better. So,
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Tammy.
Nicole.
Mayor and members of the Greensboro City Council, thank you for having me. I'm David Hampston, and I live near Page High School in District 3. I'm the board treasurer for the Transit Alliance of the Piedmont nonprofit, and I help run the community bike shop at Barber Park. I'm here speaking on behalf of the community bike shop at Barber Park. It's in an old brick building that's behind the Simpkins Sports Pavilion. The building used to be a parks maintenance facility, and it even has a much longer history as part of the city infrastructure. We are open every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. for public. We also have various other hours where we have the shop open for repairs. We also run a bike library program. We just started it last October. You check out a bike, you ride it around the park, and then return it, all for free. We've only been there for about a year, so that's probably why you may not know about us. Our main operation is that we take over 1,000 donated bikes annually. We fix up 300 to 400 of them for reuse by clients vouched for by social service providers, particularly refugees, low-income residents, and the homeless. We recycle 500 to 600 of the most damaged bicycles for scrap metal and give away the rest for other uses. We also give away 200 helmets annually. We almost never sell bicycles or parts. We aren't in the business of making money. We are in the business of helping our community. So we are very dependent upon grants, donations, and volunteers. We also get a lot of in-kind help from the city, particularly Parks and Recreation and from GDOT, as well as from the Cone Health Foundation, WellCare, the Police Department, UNCG, numerous faith-based groups, other nonprofits and community groups, and local bike shops. We have a network of roughly 40 different agencies we work with. I want to thank the city's Community Sustainability Council's April 22nd Leadership Award to our community bike shop. It meant a great deal to us. And I very sincerely, it really made us come together. Finally, many of the people we give bicycles to are low-income residents trying to bicycle and to use transit to get to family wage jobs downtown and near the airport. I strongly urge the city to improve transit connectivity to the airport area. It'd be great to, you know how you have the loop for the 12-13 on the south side of the town? The 7 and the 9 out towards the airport would be a great loop. And then the 8s and the 17 to the north would be another excellent loop. And it'd be great to have a crosstown service on New Garden to connect them. A lot of the people who receive the bikes put them on the bus, they go out there, and then they bicycle the remainder to their job sites. And so thank you very much for listening.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to mention very quickly that I have watched these groups evolve over the years, and the collaboration between GDOT, Parks and Rec, Big Biking in Greensboro, and the Transit Alliance has just really, this is what it's all about, because it totally helps and reaches out into the community and helps those who are most in need. And, you know, with 40 other organizations supporting them, all of this has evolved over the years, and I'm just thrilled because this is what we're about. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Following up on that, this isn't on the agenda, but I did want to mention that today we were given, it is the RRCA Runner Friendly Community 2022 to 2027, and that is by the Roadrunners Club of America. And this was applied for by our local Roadrunners Club, and I want to thank Chip Pegram and his group for submitting our name for that classification, and for that they did get a gorgeous plaque, which they have sent to us, and I know that Phil Fleischman will like to have that with Parks and Recreation. So I want to thank them for taking the initiative to get that designation.
Yeah. Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Before we go on to the next presentation, I saw Colonel Burnett come in.
Oh, wonderful.
So, Colonel Burnett, will you come forward, please? I saw him come in, and I thought he...
Maybe he's in the overflow. We'll just
Well,
wait a second.
he didn't find a place to sit, but he's out here because I saw him come in the door. And then he had to go back out.
There's a gentleman that went out to try to find him.
Probably need to reserve space for some of our people who come for resolutions. Did he leave me? Please, Earl.
Well, if
Wait a
we,
minute.
if we, he comes in again, Mrs. Hightower will make sure he is recognized.
Go ahead.
Item number E4 is the Live United presentation. Mr. City Manager?
I believe that DI Chief Maria Hicksview will present that. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. We will have our first presentation by our representatives from the United Way, and they will present us with something, and we'll ask Madam Mayor at the end, if she doesn't mind, to accept. And it will be Davida Martin.
Good evening, Honorable Board. I am proud to serve as chair of the United Way Board of Directors.
Mrs. Martin, could you give your name for the record?
Yes, thank you. I am Davita Martin. On behalf of my fellow board members and the staff at United Way, we want to recognize the tremendous support and success of the City of Greensboro's 2022 United Way campaign. And I will say I am accompanied today by Julia Thomas, our Associate Vice President of Development. Also in the room is Jemiah Waterman, one of our current board members, seated across the room. Thanks to the hard-working city employees and dedicated leadership, the city's most recent campaign was so impactful that we are honored to present to you tonight a Spirit of North Carolina Award. The Spirit of North Carolina Award offers local United Ways across the state an opportunity to nominate organizations and individuals whose annual campaign and leadership exemplify the spirit of their community. In 2022, employees of the City of Greensboro increased dollars raised by 14% and increased the employee and increased its employee participation rate by over 70%. The City of Greensboro's level of campaign excellence was achieved through impactful events, engaged leadership, and a deep desire to help this community. Mayor Nancy Vaughn kicked off the campaign with a personal video encouraging all employees to join the fight against local poverty by supporting United Way. City leadership even offered an extra day of PTO for any city department that reached a 100% participation rate in giving. This generous incentive encouraged conversations and teamwork in each department, and participation rates soared. In a recent press release, Greensboro City Manager Jayoba said, "As City of Greensboro employees, helping others and building community is at the center of everything that we do. Supporting United Way and pulling together to end poverty is a natural extension of our organization's mission." The Spirit of North Carolina Award serves as a symbolic yet meaningful recognition of the commitment that the City of Greensboro's employees have to ending poverty and building a stronger, healthier, and even equitable community. Mr. City Manager, we could not agree with you more. It is now my honor to present to the City of Greensboro the Spirit of North Carolina Award for building momentum and sustainability through engaged leadership and employees. Congratulations and thank you.
I want to thank them for the commitment that they made to the United Way. United Way is a great partner of ours, and I proudly accept this plaque. Thank you very much.
And just to end, Madam Mayor and Council, we took one step further with the Live United expression, and hopefully you all saw the easels outside. We developed a contest for all of our employees in 10 of our buildings so they could win a little food. You know, food does the heart good sometimes, so it's good to encourage them with food. And we actually had the contest winner judged. We had a local artist to participate, and that allowed our employee engagement scores for this year, with tying it in with the United Way campaign, to rise from 43% to almost 61%. So we are very, very proud of that. And we wanted to also let you all know that we're so proud. Our 911 department was the winning department, and they actually produced this thumbprint. Some of you all put your thumbprints on it as well, and fingerprints, but we wanted to let you all know that we are continuing this, and we will continue to partner with United Way as much as possible. So thank you so much.
I was really surprised by the creativity of some of those boards. I thought we were limited to thumbprints, but we see that there was a lot of departmental pride in the way that they filled that up. So thank you for doing that. That was a really creative way to bring people in. Mrs. Hightower?
Thank you. And thank you for that presentation. That just shows the great leadership of our city manager, too. So thank you for that. We do have Colonel Burnett who's coming in. So, Colonel, will you please come forward? We've read the resolution. We're sorry you were late, but it's okay. You know our hearts and our minds. We also, you have the key from the city of Greensboro. And what I said earlier is you deserve it because of the key of the doors of many that you have opened for opportunity. For the youth that's there, for our community. Even when you transition from the old site to the new site, you had to open the door there. But you have really opened doors in so many ways that we could not thank you enough. And we really appreciate your service for this community, your service to the country for 24 years. And, of course, you and I being from Wayne County and knowing that we pick cucumbers, of course, you did it longer than me because I'm a chump. But knowing that you have the fortitude to be the servant that you are and the leader that you are, and it truly is an honor to recognize you.
Well, thank you so very much, and I appreciate all the support that we received from the council, and I certainly appreciate your patience tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We are going to move up the general business portion of our agenda. The first one is item F1, which is a resolution to authorize a commitment of $2,500,000 to Greenlight Development LLC for a multifamily affordable housing development project. We do have a few speakers signed up, and I believe there will be a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Cynthia Blue. I'm Assistant Director of the City's Housing and Neighborhood Development Department, and I'm here to speak to you tonight about the Affordable Housing Development Request for Proposals process for 2023. The City issued a request for proposals in February with responses due in March for applicants to the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency's Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program for affordable housing development projects. We had 3 applicants, totaling about $43 million in total development costs. The applications were scored by a team from Neighborhood Development, Planning, and the city's MWBE departments. Listed on the screen are the projects in rank order by scoring. The city also includes bonus points in its scoring criteria, which are awarded for city priorities, including extremely low-income units, energy efficiency, location in city investment areas, and preservation of existing low-income housing tax credit units. The recommendation from staff is to fund the Villas at Elmsley Crossing project at a reduced funding amount of $2.5 million. We did work with the developer to adapt some of the assumptions in their development budget, which allowed us to be able to reduce the gap needed to $2.5 million. And those changes were in the credit pricing and lowering the interest rate a little bit and bringing the total development cost down just a bit to get us to $2.5 million. This project is located behind the Walmart on South Elm Eugene Street at 511 to 515 Callumdale Road in Council District 1. It's 52 units, and it is for seniors, 55 and older, which I have to say that my birthday this year has now put me in that category. It's got an extraordinary amount of units targeted to the 30% and below. So these are our extremely low-income seniors. 24 units would be available for them. The rent range is $341 to $910. This is new construction. And the project would be competing for North Carolina Housing Finance Agency credits in this year's competition. They will submit their application in May with an anticipation of award notifications coming in August. The city issues a time-limited commitment letter which requires that the developer comply with all of the city's normal business requirements, including the MWBE participation process. And those time-limited commitment letters expire in September, which gives time for us to learn the results of the awards. And if there are any questions, I can take those questions.
No, I think this is a good time for them. Or do you want to take the speakers first? We have, so hold on one second. We have a number. We have a lot of speakers this evening. So we have Tracy Dusenberry, who is on Zoom, Kevin, no last name, who is on Zoom, and Chester Brown, who is in person.
And the two speakers on Zoom are with the recommended project. They are here for questions if council has questions.
Okay, so they are with the green light.
That's correct.
Chester Brown?
Chester Brown, 1211 Hill Street. I'm on the board of Affordable Housing Management, Inc. We had two other developments that were submitted for consideration also. I'd like to defer my time to David Levy, who's Executive Director of Affordable Housing, to request funding for these two properties in addition to the property that's on the council agenda this evening.
I did sign up. I don't know what happened. I would appreciate the full 3 minutes if possible.
Yeah, you were not signed up.
Okay.
But I know that there's been some confusion about the sign up, so go ahead.
Thank you.
No, we're just calling speakers. Yeah, it's not a zoning issue where you call it before. Yeah.
The case that can just speak.
I don't have anybody else signed up to speak on this.
All publicly put it on because I thought it was all public speaking. I didn't realize you were going to allow another developer to speak on this item.
It's an agenda item. If the people who are signed up as a speaker from the floor on a non-agenda item, if you've already signed up, come to the other side of the room. Mr. Levy?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, City Council members, my name is David Levy. I'm the Executive Director of Affordable Housing Management, Inc., or AHM, located at 330 South Green Street, Greensboro. I'm here tonight along with Chester Brown, AHM's president. As you know, AHM develops multifamily affordable housing, mainly in Greensboro, using housing tax credits. North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, or NCHFA, awards tax credits on an annual basis one time per year and is extremely competitive, especially since development costs have risen at an unbelievable rate over the last few years. This and other factors has decreased the number of tax credit awards, making it even more competitive. The city recently issued an RFP specifically for developments that had submitted pre-applications to the NCHFA. in January of this year. The full tax credit applications are due next week, Friday, May 12th. AHM applied for the 2023 city funding for 2 housing tax credit developments, Wind Hill and Vandalia Acres. Just last week, we were told by staff that unlike the prior few years, only one of the 3 developments that applied for city funding was going to be recommended due to limited funds, although the RFP indicated there was funding available from home and housing bond funds. It is now our understanding that there is $3.5 million available for additional loan commitments in addition to the remaining $22 million 2022 housing bonds. During the past few years, the city has been providing loan commitments to all developments that submitted preliminary tax credit applications, no matter what the scoring was, as long as it met the city's thresholds. Written city loan commitments are required for the May 12th full tax credit applications. The commitments are only for 3 months, as the tax credit awards will be announced in August, and if any of the Greensboro projects do not receive a tax credit award, the city loan commitments expire and the funds will be available again. However, if Greensboro is fortunate to get 1 or more tax credit awards, it would be approximately June of 2024 before the money would actually be needed. AHM is requesting the City Council approve providing a commitment for $1,854,193 in new funds for the Wind Hill development. That would be used along with an existing city loan that currently has a balance of $363,877. That can be modified and rolled into the new loan. And
All right, we did have 3 people who were signed up as a speaker from the floor, and they are Theodore Stevens, Victor Johnson, and Jeremy Simpson. You each have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Theodore Stevens, 1413 Highland Court, Greensboro. I was asked to come this evening because we'd started a project some 2-3 years ago, and we received a small amount of money to do a project, 54 units, in a neighborhood that's been left behind. We don't represent the neighborhoods that get federal dollars, tax credit dollars, but it's private funding, bank loans, and small amounts of money from the city. And I'm not here to play the victim because, like a lot of you, I go home in the evening to a house that has windows that open and doors that shut, hot and cold running water. I'm here to represent those people who are victims because they cannot afford the 2-bedroom apartment they've been paying $700 a month for. It's now $1,300 a month. My God. I'm a preacher, y'all, so. And they call me, and I feel really bad for them because I don't have a unit that they can afford. They called me about a $300,000 new construction home that I'm building because they have nowhere else to go. And my answer to them is, well, you can't go here because I can't put you in this house for $1,000 a month. I would like the city to consider, we made an application for another $800,000 to build 24 units that the city had already committed $700,000 on, and we were at $2.5 million. Anybody that knows economics knows that you can't build a unit for much less than that and keep it affordable. Those two things don't go in the same sentence. So we applied for $865,000 more dollars, which would have been equivalent to what everybody else was getting in the very beginning. And as I said, I'm not playing the victim because we're going to build it regardless, but the people who need it the most are going to be the people who are going to get left out. Because if we have to put our private money in, then that means that the rents are going to have to go up, and the people who need it the most in the neighborhoods who are left behind are not going to be able to afford it. So, thank you all.
So, Mr. Stevens, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
So you asked for that $800,000 how many years back?
That we did it last year on the RFP. We made the application. It was denied. I don't know why, but I'm not going to chase it, guys. I believe in God, and He's going to give us the money to do what we're doing, but who we're representing are the people who are going to get left out.
So essentially, because of supplies have gone up and other things that inflation has hit, would you say $1 million would get you there?
$1 million would make it happen because we're building that cost. I'm not paying myself to do this. So $1 million would certainly make it work.
Okay. We certainly need to be working with Mr. Stevens. Thank you.
Dr. Wells, and we do have two other speakers.
Oh,
I
I just want to ask him a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said you asked for the ARPA money and you didn't get it, but how long have you been on this project trying to get it done?
3 years now. And everybody knows that the lumber went up. And if you're not getting tax credits now, tax credits are very poorly scored in that neighborhood, so we couldn't get that. If you don't get grants, or if you don't get some deferred money or some long-term forgivable money, you can't make it work and keep it affordable.
And Dr. Wells, I just wanted to point out, Michelle, I'm sitting beside Tony, that was an ARP funding request that Mr. Stevens submitted, just for clarification purposes.
But I believe before ARP, he had put in something before that, had you not?
Well, no, we put in a request, and then we came back. We were suggested to then make a formal application for the RFP money. We got neither.
Okay. I thought you had asked two times.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our two other speakers are Victor Johnson and Jeremy Simpson. If you would please give us your name for the record.
Good evening, Council. Victor Johnson. Excuse my dress. I just left the job, so I got some inspections in the morning. My name is
Dudley High School is all right.
Ma'am. Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. I'm Victor Johnson, owner of Johnson Construction Management Incorporated. We're builders and development. We build in District 1, District 2, some single-family homes on the 2118 Wife Street, right off Willow Road. We have some other homes that we built in the Balboa area. We're currently working on a couple of projects in the Summit Avenue area on Mayfair. We build mostly infill lots for single-family homes, and we just try to build affordable housing that not, when most of our clients purchase homes, they have some equity in it. We don't try to take all of the equity out of it. We try to have our homeowners to have some equity in there. And I just thank Council for the opportunity to come in tonight and to introduce myself to the Council. Victor Johnson, Johnson Construction Management Incorporated.
So, Mr. Johnson, can I ask you a question, though? And I appreciate the history, but do you have any proposals in currently now? You're looking at some properties in East Greensboro. I'm going to be specific, East Greensboro. But are you because you mentioned those areas?
Yes, ma'am. We just purchased some property at 918, 916, and 914 Arbor Drive, right there at the corner of Everett and Arbor. We plan to develop multifamily homes there. Multifamily townhomes there. We also have a proposal in tonight for 222, 224, and 226 South English Street to build single-family affordable housing over there. So we are here tonight on behalf of that as well. And I was on the Zoom call with y'all one month, and I just wanted to come in tonight so you can see my face and let you know want to do things in the community to bring our community value up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
So those are the speakers that we have signed up.
No, we have
You have one more.
one more. Jeremy Simpson.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Jeremy Simpson. I'm with JGR Development Group. I'm a developer in the area. We develop in a few areas across the state. I'm from the east side of Greensboro, and we came back to be able to redevelop our community. A few months ago, we also launched a nonprofit for community development. It is very important to us to really give back to our community. We have some projects going on in Willow Oaks. We're focusing some infill development in this to revitalize community. And also, we have some proposals that are out there that are on Everett Street, 2115 Everett, and we're seeking after 2128 and 2116 to do some multifamily development. We have some multifamily developments going on Green Oaks Street, as well as we're looking to start one on Pearson, as well as Clapp Street as well. So just want to introduce myself, answer any questions anybody wanted, and let you guys know that we're here to do development and are interested in redeveloping our community.
So, Jeremy, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
And the other two gentlemen who spoke too, have you encountered barriers as you try to develop on the east side?
The challenge that we work on in development, so the goal is we provide quality development and keeping the cost affordable. We want to provide affordable housing for the community. As you guys know, building costs are what they are. So our goal is to bridge funding for the consumers and the community to be able to get housing. So some of those can be challenging to try to get the funding to make up that difference for the community, individuals interested in housing.
And so I believe you said you built in Willow Oaks one house that took you, why did it take you so long to build that house, in all fairness? Because your designs didn't get approved.
Now, so the build, we build pretty quickly, but the design portion, it took about 9 months to get approved for development of a multifamily development, which is kind of unfortunate. It only takes us about 7 months to build the unit, but it took about 9 to get approvals for whatever reason, but it was kind of challenging.
Yes, sir. So do you build, you say you build worldwide, but are you close by us, like Greensboro?
Yes, so I'm actually from Greensboro. We actually have an office on the east side of Greensboro. Our goal was to be housed in the area that we want to redevelop, as well as give back to that community. So we purchased the office back in 2017-18, back that way to give back to our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to thank Mr. Johnson and Mr. Simpson for coming in to introduce themselves, and Mr. Stevens, who has been working for a while in this arena. We are concerned about equitable contracting. Right now, the item before us is the Greenlight project, and it is time sensitive. I don't think that the approval of this one would negate us speaking with developers on other projects. But we do have a deadline on this, and there were 3 people who applied for these fundings and Greenlight was the one approved. So please understand, for the people who spoke doesn't mean that we're not interested in talking to you. It's just not appropriate to this item.
Right, and it's not for this particular item, but I think it was critically important that they did come and speak, because I think the problem is that when we talk about developers, we continue to use the same ones over and over and over again, and we don't give gentlemen like this an opportunity to be included, but they are already doing the work. And if they're already doing the work, just think about, if Mr. Stevens had the access to $1 million, we get 24 units in a community that needs them. Mr. Johnson is building in a redevelopment, he wants to build in a redevelopment area that we adopted in the housing GSO plan. So they are already here, but they're being overlooked. And so now there's a face to the people that's being overlooked, but are committed to bring our community up, improve our community, invest in our community. And we need to ensure that that happens. We say we are about equity. Well, we don't see equity in this. I think the Greenlight project that's on tonight, I certainly support, because I understand, how the process went. But think about if these gentlemen knew about that process too. But hearing one say tax credits don't even come in, that we can't get them in our area. And if we can't even get them in our area, how are we going to have affordable places to live? We've got to think about how we invest our dollars. And we have money in our 2022 bond, $2.1 million left, that we need to be looking at seriously how we're investing. I'm sorry. I apologize. But I can't take this.
Mr. Matheny?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Mr. I think it was Stevens, Johnson, and Simpson, I'd love to chat with you at any time, because one of the things I wanted to ask you before you stepped away was the discussion of affordable housing, and affordable housing was mentioned numerous times. But is that the same definition of affordable housing as the AMI restrictions and whatnot? And so the goal would be is how do we, from a city perspective, and Mr. Manager, I got to be honest with you, this comes into, we've had some discussions the last couple of weeks of what is micromanaging and what is just being strategic. And I get in a lot of trouble for trying to micromanage, but really what I'm trying to do is be strategic from a council perspective to help you and others like you get over the finish line. I don't think that's micromanaging. I think that's being strategic. And so I would welcome working with you, Councilwoman Hightower, if you would allow to figure those steps out. Because affordability on housing is there's numerous definitions, I feel, quite frankly. And as far as getting back on task for the item ahead of us relating to the Greenlight development, I don't support it as it's stated for the $2.5 million. I think that when we have attacked this strategically from an affordable housing plan, we try to put as many projects as we can at the state, and the better one win. Because as it was stated, if we put one, and we've got one bullet at the state, and it does not get funded, we're out. That's not strategic, in my opinion. So in the previous, and maybe this was just years ago, previously for $2.5 million, we could fund 2 projects at $1.2 million apiece, which is approximately, in one case, I think Affordable Management had a project for $11 million. The other one was about $12.5. That's a significant amount of equity going into those both projects. And I think with the backbone and the wherewithal from Affordable Management and what I don't know Greenlight out of Wake County or Missouri or Winfield out of High Point. I know Winfield, and they've done great stuff. But in my opinion, it makes a lot more sense to fund 2 projects than one. Second of all, as it relates to timelines, I will state again, when it comes to micromanagement, if you don't want us to micromanage from this dais and you want to stick a timeline on us, then we probably should have all the information as fast as possible prior to us having to vote on $2.5 million. To me, that's not strategic. That is, we got to vote, we got to vote. And I would submit to you that we vote on, we split it. I would make a motion that we fund Greenlight at 1.25, and we fund the project that Mr. Levy mentioned for the remaining 1.25. And that is a firm motion. I can continue to go through some of the costs. I sent Mr. Manager, Ms. Kennedy, Nasha, Chris, some questions I had before. You know, Ms. Hightower stated she knows the process that this was going through. Quite frankly, and it may be to my own detriment or my own fault, I don't know exactly the process that it was going through besides what I try to find on emails and when I ask questions and so forth. I do personally invest in real estate. I think $244,000 for 52 units, $244,000 per unit's a lot of money. It's significant even with elevators on the property that we're talking about, so I think the cost is high. The third or fourth or fifth thing that I would say is strategically from a housing standpoint, Ms. Hightower, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we still have 22 units sitting over on John Demery Way that have a roof over them that we could be putting funds towards, and we could house 44 people quicker than building these potentially in the summer of 2024 should it get funded by the state. And, you know, I'm looking at this, and I've got an email from March 14th, the Regency, oh, that's Regency. Let's get to the John Demery Way from March 28th, that the full report accompanied by probable cost estimates by the end of next week. Well, that was March 28th, so the end of next week would have been the 1st of April. Hello, we're in March, so that's 4 weeks ago. What's the plan on John Demery Way? What's the strategy? We're all fearful. The Regency Inn apparently is going to close. What happened to the $3,030,000 that we've allocated? And so I feel that we are just not, as a city, at least from a city council perspective, not being strategic in how we are considering this. And if we're supposed to sit up here and just staff just tells us what to do and we got deadlines and we vote, I'm going to vote against it every time. We have got to be more strategic, and we've got places that are sitting empty that we could house folks today, and I've been saying it every meeting for the last 6 months, and we're still not doing it.
So as it relates to John Demery, I'll speak to that. Is it in the middle?
Well, do you want to speak to my motion on the floor?
I think it died.
Did it die?
It's gone.
Well, this is new to us. Think about, we've got a developer that has developed a local developer that has developed numerous affordable housing units in our community. We've got another one that is newer to us and has some local, but a lot of non-local. And all I'm saying is strategically, if we go with 2 projects going to the state, that's more strategic than just having one, crossing our fingers and hoping.
Why not submit all 3, Zach?
I would be very much open to that.
Okay.
With $2.5 million.
If you want to change your motion to that,
I'll
I'll second it.
I accept your friendly amendment.
Okay.
I'd like to request some feedback on whether these projects, if we split $2.5 million 2 or 3 ways,
Right.
would these projects still qualify even for the tax?
If you split the $2.5 million, the project at Elmsley will no longer be a viable project. As it relates to the other 2 projects, it is certainly the however council decides if you would like to fund those projects, but it will need to come out of our 2022 bond funds, of which we have a remainder of $2.1 million right now to carry us through 2025.
So why couldn't we use the 2.5? The
So
home funds.
what 5 projects?
No, I said the 2.5 from the home. Why would we have to use the housing bonds versus the home funds?
You're going to have to fully fund the amount that these projects need. I think that you could pull, for example, David was talking about $1.8 million for Wind Hill. He needs that full $1.8 million, not a portion of that. Elmsley will require $2.5 million, not a portion of that. So if you want these projects to be viable, they have to be funded at the amount that we've requested. And that's after we've pared it down as much as we can to get it to as much subsidy, as little subsidy as we can provide to make these projects work. When you start looking at projects that are providing units for people at 30% and below AMI, at 50, 60% AMI and below, they're costly to build, they require subsidy, and we can't piecemeal the subsidy. So it is certainly a possibility to say you want to fund, for example, Elmsley at 2.5 million, and you want to take the 2.1 million out of the 2022 housing bonds and fund another project, that is entirely doable and possible. But it is not feasible to split the 2.5 million across projects, because then you will have none that are viable.
So I would argue, Mr. Manager, that this is a great example of why it should be on a work session so we can hammer this out.
Tammy, were you through?
And I would also submit that 60 units is better than 52 units, which is why I would go with affordable housing over the Greenlight development, because I'd rather have more units if that's what we're going to do.
So Tammy was still asking questions.
Thank you. I would like to suggest that we do all the projects and include the remainder of the funds that we have for the 2022 bond, because it takes a long time to do these. I understand you don't like my suggestion, Councilwoman Hightower, but if I could speak.
Wait, hold on a second. And I think part of the issue is we have a deadline, which is May 12th.
Correct.
Yes, all these people have a deadline on these funds for May 12th.
Correct.
We are looking at an extreme shortage of affordable housing units, especially in the 30 to 60 range at this point, and below 30 range at this point. We could hold this money for a year and do it later, as was originally proposed, but that only postpones the need that much longer and the shortage we have that much longer. As far as I'm concerned, we'll get more home money in the upcoming year, but we have 3 viable projects. Chances are we will not get all 3 of these, and some of this money will come back to us. It's very unlikely that we'll get all 3 of these projects. But I would suggest that we offer all 3 projects. And as Zach said, you know, if you have one, you have one chance, and if you have more than that, you have extra chances. But I would say do what we need to do to take advantage. If we have all 3 of these projects, that's a large dent in the number. It's a high number of units, and that can make a real difference down the road.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is, and Affordable Housing Management has been an excellent partner to the city. We just did the ribbon cutting at Red Hill Point. I would say that as you're making this amendment, giving us the ability, if this is something that passes, giving us the ability to use the full funding that we have allowable is what we would request, so that we can have, I'm looking for David, so we can have conversations and make sure the numbers pan out to fund all 3, because you have to spend down and buy down and get it all sorted through. But you could give us the ability to use all of the funding available to us for these 3 projects. We just need to have some conversations on final numbers, if that is the proposal.
Just want to make a comment.
So I have Mary Kay, Sharon, Dr. Wells.
Okay, and I may need some clarification on this, but what came to us tonight was the fact that this company, Greenlight, had put in an RFP and rated number 1 in who should be offered these funds, correct?
Correct. We had a pool of funding left that will finish out our 2016 housing bonds. That was the pool that this is related to. There were submissions for that. This is the project that was funded out of the 3 submissions. It scored the highest of the 3.
Okay, so that is what was on our agenda. That is what we have information about. That is what we were to decide this evening, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that is what I would prefer to do, and then allow staff to go and bring back to us the others. If there's deadlines, you know, if we need to give permission for those things to go through. But I think that, you know, I'm going to say something that some of my colleagues have said on occasion. I don't have enough information. You know, I don't have information on the other ones, and this is the one before us, and we got our agendas last week, and all the information was there.
And that's basically what I'm saying. If if the direction of council is that you want to be able to fund as many of these projects of the three as is possible, we haven't had a chance because we were taking one through the process to have a conversation with AHM to figure out the specifics and the numbers to know what we're looking at for those.
Yeah, and I appreciate that we now know about all these other developers that have these things in the pipeline and they want to do, because we do need all of this housing. But, you know, the issue at hand is this one, and I would prefer to see it move ahead and then perhaps direct staff, as has been said, to move forward and see what can be done about the others as quickly as possible.
Although we do audibles all the time, like you and I did with the police pay at our last meeting. So it's okay to audible.
I agree.
It's okay to audible. The point is, I think we're all in agreement. We've been saying it since we got reelected or elected in August when we got sworn in, is housing, housing, housing. Well,
I'm saying that.
Well, let's go all three and let's move.
Well, the issue is a May 12th deadline here. I mean,
right.
Sorry,
I don't know how you get two more projects.
I'm sorry. It was Sharon, then Dr. Wells, then Mrs. Hoffman. And then I have a comment, too.
So thank you. So I don't support giving all three the money. First of all, there's a reason that they all scored low. They did not meet the threshold. So you can't just give money to people because you feel obligated to them. And I think this is the wrong premise to act on. You know, this has become political. One developer called every one of us today, I have the message, to advocate for that. The black developers don't know to call everybody and advocate for nobody. So you're turning this to me, you're turning this not only political, but it's almost discriminatory to say, give it all to them. Let them all have it. We just had one developer stand here and say, if you gave him $1 million, he'd do 24 units. Isn't that adding to the stock? Or can I not add? So I'm sorry, I don't support that proposal because it's not fair. Number one, it is not fair. Okay? Number two, hold on.
Sharon, hold on a sec. I'm going to ask that everybody hold their applause. This is the easy part of our agenda, and we have 77 speakers after this.
After this, yeah.
So I would like us to be able to move on.
Number two, the reason there is only $3 million left right now to use in the 2022 bond, because all of us said we would give $5 million to the Housing Preservation Fund. So guess what? There's $5 million sitting over there on a shelf at Community Foundation being given to self-help. So if the developer needs money, because that money they're holding at self-help is for the bigger developers, not the small guys. And it's for rental housing. So there's $5 million over there. They can go and ask for it. Can they not, Miss Kennedy? So what I'm saying,
can I ask, can we just, you're making very, very valid points, but can we focus what's on the agenda?
Well, I understand, but we're talking about giving other developers something that neighborhood development went through, had a scoring team, checked off what they needed to check off. You've got to have all of that, and met the requirements of that, and they won. Now
Well,
we're
the
saying,
only three that have met the requirements for this item is the green light
but
and
they
the
met
two
low.
AMG.
Green
I'm
light,
sorry.
Green light scored the highest.
Yes.
Okay, they scored the highest. So if there's anybody else that wants to say, I want to be in that pot, give it all to me as well, I think that's the wrong attitude. Yes, we need housing. I get it, Nancy. I do get it. But they have turned this political, and I think it's wrong.
I would really like us to focus on the question that's on the agenda.
Well, the
and we can
question-
certainly bring that back for a work
Well,
session.
I have made a motion to approve this because not only that, it will house seniors.
Well, I don't know that we've gotten any seconds on any
I
of
did.
these.
Okay.
Which one did you second?
I didn't hear it. I second it.
On the item as
On the
it's
item
posted.
that's on the
Okay.
agenda.
Yes.
So, no,
So Madam Mayor,
I will second it.
Madam Mayor,
I
if
didn't
you would
hear it.
like to, we added the 2 slides related to the other 2 projects, and I believe you could vote on this item, and then we may have the information that would allow you to make a decision on the other 2 projects so that we can meet
Okay.
timeliness on these, if that would work.
There is a motion on the floor with a friendly amendment and a second accepted by Councilwoman Hoffman.
But
That's the original.
It has to be accepted by Mrs. Hightower if it's a friendly amendment.
I do not accept.
She made a motion after mine.
Made the motion before yours, because after I stopped speaking about green light, I said I moved this item.
Mr. City
I didn't
Attorney,
hear that.
can you get with the clerk and figure out who? I believe that the only motion that had a second was Mrs. Hightower's motion. I don't know if any of the other motions got a second, if somebody,
Mayor,
can, Madam Clerk, which motion is on the floor first?
Madam Mayor, I know that Councilmember Matheny made a motion. Comment was made that it died for the lack of a second. Councilmember Hightower moved the item that's on the agenda.
I second it.
Councilmember Abuzawader seconded
Okay.
that. And then Councilmember Hoffman made a friendly amendment, which Councilmember Matheny accepted, and she said if he would accept that, she would second his motion. But I do believe that that all took place following Councilmember Hightower and Councilmember Abuzawader moving the item that's on the agenda.
Thank you for taking such good notes.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Now, Mr. City Attorney, we still have the 2 slides, and we still have a number of council. I'm not, so we have the first.
by review of what the clerk said, which was incredibly detailed and much clearer than my memory, is that Mr. Matheny's motion died, and therefore the subsequent motion that was made by Ms. Hightower is the motion on the floor. I don't see how once a motion has died, a second motion is made, a third friendly amendment to the dead motion can be made. But ultimately, this process.
So let me just for clarity. So Mr. Matheny made the first motion. There was no second. Then Mrs. Hightower made a motion, and there was a second. So Mrs. Hoffman making the friendly motion after the motion that was seconded kind of dies. It was too late. Is that what you're saying?
If she was attempting to make a friendly amendment to Mr. Matheny's motion, which had died, I don't think that's possible. I think that's out of order.
What's on
And so you're left with the single motion and the second, and, it's ready to be voted.
Any amendment at all to the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
I lost that one. I'm fine. We can figure this out. Folks, all I'm saying is this, and the fact that, first of all, it being political, we are political. That's our body. We are a policy, political making body, period. Is it discriminatory that with the 3 folks that we have in front of us to decide on? No, that is not discriminatory. Well, I offered and to work with you, to work with the 3 folks that came up here. That's not discriminatory, because one of the things we don't have is what projects that you're working on. Now, I would love to help you. And so to sit up here and just say, well, you're discriminating this, or you're political this, that's not accurate, not true, and I don't deserve that as a council person, neither does anybody sitting up here. And I don't want to get that confused with any decision that we make. All we're trying to do is try to make the best decisions for our community, and my thought process in making that motion, and Councilwoman Hoffman's, was let's try to have as many options as we can to house as many people as we can and try to get money from the state that'll help us do that.
Wasn't gold
Period.
in there?
Wait, so we do have, I called on Dr. Wells, Mrs. Hoffman, then myself.
I just have a comment. Now, you're saying discriminatory. I think we ought to change it to we're just looking for equity. Now, you can't discriminate against something that you don't know. You did not know about the situation. Now that you know, our job is to make sure that we're equitable. And that does not mean fair either. Because being fair and being equal, that's not fair. We need this, not that. So what we need to do is to try to not have the situation come up. And the thing that we keep saying is we need housing. Yes, we need housing. But we also have contractors that need work to do some of that housing, build some of those houses. So I think we need to be more open-minded when it comes to, I don't know what all the process that has to go forth, but the contractors that have been left out probably have to step up their game and be more visible and get into it. And when you don't know, you just don't know. The example she gave about us getting calls, some of the things they don't know. So we just got to step up the game. But we want some equity. We want things to be, you have to give more over in the East in order to bring us up. So we're going to have to stop just focusing on the West, and we put in that Demery project. We've been talking about that for I don't know how long. Mr. Theodore has been talking about his project. He has a lot over there in my district that's been sitting there. And then there's something about this little thing or that little thing, and it keeps the progress from moving. So we've just got to be more intentional, I say it again, intentional, and our commitment that we made saying that we would do these things, and that's what we need to do. We just need to do that.
And Dr. Wells, you're the second person I think that's asked about John Demery. It is in the routing process for phase 1 to begin on the rehab at John Demery. So that project is actively moving. And I want to point out that the two individuals that came up and spoke tonight that are doing single-family projects, they're doing an amazing job. And those projects have been with the planning department in redevelopment areas, so we haven't had a chance to work with them yet for projects that we've had funding available for, but we'll certainly work with our friends in planning to get information on those contractors and get them moving.
Nothing up here.
The money coming from that you need for John Demery?
So we're going to run John Demery as an internal rehab project. It'll go through our contractor pool.
We really need to focus on what's on the agenda.
Well, I moved the item, we could have voted.
Well, but Mrs. Hoffman?
You know, I'll make one simple statement. It's really what I want is for us to get the most affordable housing units in this city that we can. And we've got 2 other projects here that, you know, however you scored them, would give us more housing. That's why when I said to Zach, you know, it would be my goal to see how we can get all 3 of these done. So that's where I am. The highest number of units that we can build as quickly as possible.
Thank you. I have we sold the 2022 bonds? So we have the money available if we wanted to do?
We've made our first sale, out of which we allocated $8 million for housing out of the first sale. The next sale will be in 2025.
But I want to clarify, just because this has come up multiple times, if we do all 3 of these projects, and there's no reason not to, but if we do, that will completely clean out our 2022 bond allocations until 2025. So
But that's the typical,
I'm not
won't be
done.
done until 2024.
I'm not done. So these tax credits, if we were to do all 3, does that money have to be paid up front, or can it be pending the award from the state?
It has to go through that process. It wouldn't go out the door tomorrow. So it can be staged. It will move as the projects move forward. But if the money is I'm just saying from an allocation standpoint, that will allocate all of our first allocation.
But could we make it conditional? It's highly unlikely that they're going to accept all 3.
Right.
They'll probably just accept 1. So couldn't it be conditional upon the state granting the other tax credits.
I believe so. I'll defer to our city attorneys that that's how it is, right? Yeah.
And do they do one per county, or how many do they do per county?
Typically, it's allocated on a pro rata basis, and typically Guilford County would qualify for 2 projects.
So we could make it conditional?
Yeah, the city's commitment letters are typically conditional, and that condition lasts through September in order to be able to determine who is actually selected by NCHFA.
So if only.
No, I get it. I'm processing.
Sorry, I didn't know.
What I want to do with that right now. I would like to ask Mrs. Hightower if she would consider a friendly amendment that we submit them all conditional upon them getting state funding.
So, Madam Mayor, no. And the reason why is this.
No is good. I mean, we just,
Well, I
because
really,
we
I
do
really
have to
want,
move on.
well, let me ask this. When you condition that money, if something came along the next day, could you tap into it?
No, if we condition that money, it's
Right.
conditioned to September.
It would sit there holding until September. And if a project came through right after, you could not utilize those dollars. That's why we don't need to sit and hold that money like that conditionally. Okay? No, because then guess what you've done? You've cut off opportunity for anybody else. You've cut it off. I cannot accept it. I'm sorry.
Mrs. Thurm, then Mr. Matheny, and then somebody please call the. Well, if you
Call the question.
If you call the question, you have to vote on it right away. So
Call the question.
Mrs. Thurm, then Zach, and then we'll call the question.
Just for clarification, in the past, when projects came up, we approved more than one. Is it true that we approved more than one project and then one got selected and the other one went away? Have we always just taken the highest scoring project? How has that worked in the past? What have we done?
Prior to 2016, it was a very competitive process, and we would typically select the top project because that's what we had funding to support. With the advent of the 2016 bonds, we had a large allocation available to us. So for the past 6 or 7 years, we have been able to support all projects that have come forward. We are at a point now where we are nearly expended with the 2016 bonds, and our initial allocation of 2022 bonds is also significantly depleted. So we have constrained resources at the moment.
So the reason that you all recommended just one instead of all three is because you wanted to hold on to that other $2.5 million for
Correct.
something going forward.
We will not receive another allocation of the 2022 housing bonds until 2025.
Thank you.
Zach?
Ms. Blue, can you come back, please? I've looked all through the documents y'all have sent. Did you share the scoring process with us?
I'm sorry.
Like, I see the score, 1, 2, 3, but like, what makes up where everybody scored? Because I mean, do y'all understand what I'm saying?
Are you looking for the total score for each project?
I want to know how they're scored.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
so we did get the criteria in an email. I don't know that the spreadsheets were attached to it, but I did request copies of the spreadsheets, and they were scored individually.
I see the individual scores.
Mm-hmm.
Did you share with us the criteria in which those individual scores are calculated?
We sent, I believe the city manager's office this afternoon sent out the city scoring criteria, which was published as part of our request for proposals process.
This afternoon?
I think so.
It was published it was published as part of the RFP process. And as far as giving you the
specific scoring sheets. We attached that to the email that we sent along with the communication, and then later this afternoon, provide the mayor with the actual scores, the paper version of the
'Cause I
scores
requested them.
because she requested them for all 3 projects.
Mr. Manager, that's a line of communication that fell through the mark for, I'm glad the mayor got it, but it would help if we all get it. So those are one of those communication things.
With
From
respect,
a standpoint of if the funds aren't going to be used until 2024, when they would be called, if there were other viable projects, such as the 3 gentlemen that came up earlier, or other projects that may arise, are you stating that your department or the city could not consider or fund anything else?
we have other smaller pools of funding.
So-
We don't have anything as
So
substantial
the
as
answer is
that,
yes, you could.
depending on the size of the project and the request.
So yes. And I recall sitting up here and watching, or sitting in the audience and watching some of the decisions that are made on this council. And with all due respect to the 20 budgets that I've seen and witnessed, if there is a viable project in which the city needs to invest, we have always been able to locate funds. Similar to a $2.5 million project that was funded last year via ABC funds. So all I'm submitting to you is neighborhood development might not have a certain bucket that'll fund a larger project, but Councilwoman Hightower, there are funds that if we can get, I think the disconnect that I keep hearing about is how we help folks like the 3 gentlemen that came up in their individual businesses get over the hurdles to understand city funding and how we can connect some dots better. That is a significant difference than trying to fund 3 viable affordable housing projects, which I remain committed as a council person to help figure that line out, which is separate than the item that we're talking about. And I truly hope that we can see the viability of going forward with all 3, knowing that we're like Councilman Hightower, I'm committed to help you bridge that gap as best I can.
Well, the gap should not be there. That's
Okay.
the
It's
problem.
not my fault.
So we do have a motion and a second on the
Well,
floor.
I think Mary Kay wanted to say, then I was going to call for the question.
She called the question.
You call,
and-
okay.
So, council, please vote. And that passes 5-3. Go ahead.
I'd like to move that we allow housing department, neighborhood development to use the remaining funds that are available to meet the requirement. I'd like to make motion that we allow the housing department to use the remaining funds that they have available in the 22 bond to move forward the other 2 projects that are eligible for tax incentives in the state of North Carolina.
So, Madam Mayor, excuse me, I'm sorry. Are we speaking to that motion that was made?
Well,
I'm
is there a
not ma-
second on that? And that was to basic.
Neighborhood development to use remaining 22 bonds to move forward the other 2 eligible projects for consideration for North Carolina tax.
And would that be conditional upon getting the state tax credits?
Absolutely, all of them are, because they can't do the project without the state tax credit, so yes.
Councilwoman Thurm, could you be less specific about the funding sources? Could you say additional available funds.
I need to amend my motion to say, allow neighborhood development to use additional funds to move forward the two other projects that have been scored towards the North Carolina Housing Fund. That allocation is conditional on them being accepted through the North Carolina State.
Okay, so that was Dr. Wells?
I have a question. Does that mean that that money can only be used for that, that you can't use it to try to help fund some of the other contractors?
If you vote for that, you will tie up that funding through September until the determination is made by the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency which projects will move forward. If any of these projects don't move forward, the funding would now be there for us to use for something else. If they all three move forward, that would be it.
So if they all move forward, we have nothing else to help anybody else.
In the bond, in our first bond allocation.
But we've got 3 great affordable housing projects.
And we also get home and CDBG money?
And ESG, yeah.
So, Madam Mayor, I would like to speak whenever they
Okay,
finish
so,
speaking.
Mrs. Hightower?
So, I don't support this. First of all, we sat in a strategic session, and we talked about one of our values was equity. This is not equity. You might as well take that off as a value. Because if you tie up this money, even through September, what happens? Mr. Stevens has a project that needs $1 million, and he could utilize that $1 million to get units done. So there are still units that will be built in a needed area where people are sitting on the street, and he can make them affordable with this $1 million. Secondly, it's bond money. Everybody in the city of Greensboro voted for that housing bond because they thought it was going to benefit them. That money's already benefited one side of town. Got Red Hill. It's already benefited. Spread the wealth. These are developers. These people that came tonight are developers too. They're not just some contractor with a hammer and a nail. They are developers developing. They are on the same caliber as the ones you're trying to support tonight. But you're making a difference simply because you say, well, maybe they didn't know. Yeah, they didn't know about the RFP. We're not getting it out to them. But I think that is, and I understand that maybe some people are offended by the word discriminatory, but there's a lot of discrimination. Sometimes it's categorized different than you really think it is. Even when you're talking about money and opportunity. And we keep talking about inclusion. We got a DEI office. But what is the point of talking about inclusion if you now don't give them an opportunity and you open a door for them to have that conversation, Mr. Matheny, so that they understand what is available? We need to support them as well. Not only with our mouth, but with our dollars. And I will not support your motion, Ms. Thurm. I understand, appreciate it, but it's not. It's not what I think we
Madam
need
Mayor,
to do.
maybe I have a solution. I know the focus has been on bond money, but just to remind Council that you do have an unallocated $1 million American Rescue Plan funding for affordable housing that we can still make available. Just to keep that in mind, that there's a $1 million that is unspent from the American Rescue Plan Fund specifically for affordable housing. I don't know if it specifies East Greensboro, but it does say affordable housing.
Well, the truth of the matter is these projects are not in the West. A lot of them are in the East. Second of all, Mr. Manager, would you do me a favor? Do everybody a favor? I don't understand, we've heard Councilwoman Hightower for 12 years plus talk about how there's a disconnect getting folks to RFP in her district. I don't understand why the folks that she represents and has talked about are not getting the RFP. Will you work with Councilwoman Hightower to get her the RFP, whatever comes up, so that she can direct it to the right people?
Let me
Because
tell you,
I don't understand it.
I do direct it to the right people, so let me
Then
tell
why
you
aren't
what.
they getting it?
Because there's a barrier that they
Okay.
don't cross over.
Call
They
the
can't
question.
cross over. So that's why they don't get it. They get here and they get in the pool with other folk, and
so
they're in the shallow end. So
I don't-
that's
I don't-
why.
Ms. Hightower, may I just,
don't
may
think
I ask
there's
one question, Ms.
anything new
Hightower?
that's being added to this discussion at this point.
I mean, I just have a question because I don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
You're talking about Mr. Sinclair's project. I believe. How many units do you know what? we're
Say that
talking-
again.
How many units in Mr. Sinclair's project that who came tonight that you're talking about?
Mr.
Who
Stevens.
said that he could use another $1 million? How many
He could
units are we talking
use,
about?
I think he had.
Do you know his
24.
project?
24.
Was it 24? It was 24. And it's in a needed area. And it's not in an area where you're going to saturate everybody in one area. And that's the other thing that we don't talk about, the saturation of these types of projects. Mr. Matheny, when you say they're all in the east, you know, that's the other thing. You saturate them all in one area, and we're food desert, we're healthcare desert, we're medical desert. We cannot get the services that we need because then they say you don't have the incomes and you don't have the rooftops. Yes, we all need affordable housing, everybody, but it needs to be spread around. But when you start saturating it in one area, you create no opportunity. That's what happens. That's what I want you all to understand. I sure have been sitting here 10 years, but for 25 years of my 64 years of living, I've been talking about equity.
So
Something that you have that I don't have.
Miss, so when
Well, then help me get some money in these guys. Help me get some green dollars and some black hands.
Okay, we're really going astray. When the new budget comes July 1st, there will be additional housing dollars in that budget.
Yes.
That besides the $1 million you identified, with the new budget year, we kind of replenish the money that we have in the housing fund, whether it's home funds or CDBG or those other funds. So come July 1, not necessarily September, we do have the ability to access more funds plus the $1 million. Is that correct?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. Call the question.
So who's going to fund the down payment assistance program?
That's
Because-
already funded.
But it's funded for now, but we're going to have to find another $1 million to fund that program. So who's going to fund that?
Well, so there is a motion and a second. Council, please vote. And I cast my vote as a yes, and I do want to make it clear that was because we identified the $1 million and the new money that would be available in the 23-24 budget.
Councilmember Wells.
And that passes 4-4, which means it loses. Correct? Mr. City Attorney?
It does not pass.
Okay. Does not pass. All right.
It does not get a majority.
If you bring it back up the next meeting, it'll be too late. What I would like to do at this point is, as of now, we have 77 speakers signed up. I'd like to go to a 10-minute recess. We will do the Civil Service Board next on our agenda, and then speakers from the floor. What I would like to ask the short-term rental people is if you want to stay and hear that item tonight, we will be happy to hear that item tonight. If you would like to postpone it to another meeting where you would be a standalone item, we'd be happy to do that. We reserve the fourth Tuesday of every month for a possible council meeting, so that would be the 23rd. The 23rd. So, hold on, let me double check that date. What do we have reserved?
Madam Mayor, we did poll council for a work session on that day.
Well, we tentatively hold that Tuesday every month, so that is the 23rd. So the people with the short-term rentals, if you want to meet out in the lobby and see if you would like, do you want to do it tonight? That's fine, or you can do it on the 23rd. We are going to, since we have so many speakers regardless, there are 20 signed up on short-term rentals, which leaves 57. I believe we're going to do 2 minutes per speaker. So we will take a 10-minute break for that item. Thank you.
We break.
You might guess by the name that when you visit Jerusalem Market on Elm Street in downtown Greensboro, you're going to enjoy delicious Middle Eastern food. What you might not know from the name is that you'll be treated like family.
So our father started Jerusalem Market, the grocery store, the deli, in 1989. And frankly, as soon as I could reach the counter, I was helping Dad, just doing what I could, whether it be running the register or just stocking shelves. But you know, we always observed them cooking because my dad loves to cook and my mom loved to cook too. So growing up, we were always around a lot of the food and exposed to the recipes. And we weren't necessarily like right there helping, but you got to watch and see what goes in everything. And you learn by, you know, osmosis. You learn by just picking it up. So that was always, you know, it wasn't really asked of us, but we wanted to help in the store. And it really got us going, and really just that's what got us started, with the love of the food and the love of the food, like the culture through the food. Growing up, you know, meals were important. We always ate together as a family. Always made it a point on Sundays because my dad worked nights a lot of times running the original store, working night and day. So a lot of times during the week, we'd just be eating with Mom and eating with Dad, and always on Sunday. It was like you had to be there for Sunday dinner. But it was, mealtime always meant just basically sharing your day and sharing some, you know, some food. We made it a point to sit at the table, and you know, when you're younger, you don't always appreciate that, but it's really awesome, and I'm glad that we were kind of forced in a good way to do that. But yeah, cooking was always important in our family. A lot of us, you know, a lot of my family likes to cook and would always bring food over. A lot of times we had aunts and uncles that lived close proximity. If they made a dish that they had extra, they'd always bring some to share. And that's always like part of the community too, just sharing the food and sharing, you know, if you got it, you share it, and that's what's cool. So just working with our dad all those years, you know, we always had a limited kind of menu at the deli there, and it was something we wanted to expand on because there's so many recipes like the one I shared with you earlier called mashi, kusamashi, which means stuffed squash. It's, yellow squash, like a spring squash, hollowed out and stuffed with a meat and rice, like ground lamb and beef, mixed with just basically white long grain rice, cooked with spices, and then you stuff the squash in there. And you can cook it in like a light tomato sauce or even a yogurt sauce. And you just eat it like that, get a few squash on your plate with the sauce, and that way you get the sauce when you cut it open on the rice. And you can even, if the season is right, have really small grapevine leaves that you blanch really quick and then put that same meat and rice mixture into and roll them. And that was a really special thing because you didn't have those all the time. And that was something like almost never made it to the table because everyone would end up munching them as the other food was being ready. Like the stuffed grape leaves were sitting there and everyone just, kind of squirreling them away. So yeah, that's my personal favorite thing growing up, and still really to this day actually. Another favorite dish growing up, it was something very special called msaken. It's a Palestinian roasted whole chicken, or even use Cornish game hen if you want to be really fancy. But it's served with a highly reduced mixture of sumac. Sumac is a lemony, tangy, purple-colored spice. Sumac and onions sautéed down so the onions are super caramelized and, nice and creamy. So you take some fresh pita bread, or my dad's oldest sister would make a very special bread that she cooked on rocks, like stones. So it would have an awesome cratery texture, and she makes a nice big loaf of that fresh bread. And then after you roast the chicken, you put the sumac onions on top of the bread and the chicken on top of that, and then finish in the oven for 5-10 more minutes. And it comes out and it's served family style, so it's intended, everyone just kind of, back home you eat with your hands, and this is definitely one of those dishes. It's best served that way, where everyone just kind of tears into it. You dip you tear the chicken off, you dip the chicken into the onions, and you get the bread and just eat bites of it like that. It's really intensely flavored and just awesome, just clean, crisp flavors. And it's something that always reminds me, because my aunt's bread is super special, and it's good with the pita bread, but that was always taking it to another level, So yeah, when people enjoy the food and really appreciate where it comes from, and if my grandmother's recipes, you're eating the same thing like we used to eat, it really opens, it really touches our heart, because it's really, that's kind of the deepest, especially in our culture, it's the most genuine way to show gratitude, is to feed somebody and to share something that you prepared for yourself with them. And the fact that our guests can appreciate that on the same level is really awesome. It feels like we're almost feeding you in our house, in our home, and that's one thing we really like to focus on here, is keeping that personal touch and being able to interact with our guests and really see how much they appreciate and enjoy it, because it makes it rewarding to bust your butt and work hard here if people appreciate it on that level.
We are all aware of the importance of water and how it moves. From the highest points of land, it moves downstream, through streams and rivers, eventually making its way to the sea. Cities like ours collect and treat this resource so it can be used safely by all residents. But this water does not belong to us alone. Once it's been used, it's collected again, treated, and released back into those same rivers and streams, which take it downstream to our neighbors and other towns and cities who depend on it just as much as we do. The City of Greensboro Water Resources collects and treats as much as 11.9 billion gallons per year. Take a moment to think about how you use water daily. When we take showers, we use soap, shampoo, and other products. When we wash dishes and our clothes, we use detergent. Most of what we use water for at home, aside from drinking and cooking, require that we add some product to it. Any personal care products, cosmetics, hair treatment, things that you wash off, all end up in the wastewater that is treated and sent to our neighbors, who use the water for the very same things. It's important that we consider the safety of our downstream neighbors as we use water in our city. By being aware of the types of products we are using, we can avoid the buildup of harmful byproducts. For example, 1,4-dioxane, which is a byproduct of a manufacturing process called ethoxylation, is found in many common household products. This organic chemical is one of many found in trace quantities in both ground and surface waters throughout the U.S. Uses and sources of 1,4-dioxane include industrial solvent stabilizer found in paint strippers, varnishes, soaps, makeup and personal care products, antifreeze, etc. It also exists as an unintended byproduct in manufacturing and recycling of certain plastic and polyester products. Because 1,4-dioxane is a byproduct of the manufacturing process, it's not listed on the label of household products. Read the label of any product that generates suds. Try to avoid chemicals ending in ETH, for example, sodium lauryl sulfate, as well as products that have chemicals ending in oxanol and PEG. Often these chemicals are found in things like laundry detergents, shower gels, and personal care products that create suds. Paints, dyes, waxes, and grease can also contain these chemicals. You can look for unfragranced Castile soaps, or wording like USDA organic and made safe as alternatives. For more information about these alternative products, you can visit the Environmental Protection Agency website at www.epa.gov/saferchoice/products. The City of Greensboro's Water Resources Department has been investigating sources of 1,4-dioxane within the city's sewer collection and wastewater treatment facilities since 2015. Considerable progress has been made, and the department continues to work proactively with local industries through the Industrial Pretreatment Program. Greensboro has a long and strong working relationship with NCDEQ and appreciates its guidance and assistance in our efforts. Through these partnerships, the city fully commits to developing a management strategy to further reduce the release of 1,4-dioxane into waterways that may potentially impact downstream communities who rely on the Hall River and Cape Fear River for their source water. For more information, please visit the City of Greensboro's Water Resources Department online at greensboro-nc.gov/water.
Inside the office building at 114 North Elm Street in downtown Greensboro, you'll find Zaytoon Mediterranean Grill. You'll come for the food. It's fresh, it's clean, it's organic, it's local, and you'll stay for the stories behind the food.
So I grew up in the Holy Land, so we are family oriented, meal is very important to us, So we gather and everybody around the table and we centered and we eat together and we chat and we lived in a very sustainable community and everything comes from within very small distance, everything local and everything is delicious. Since I'm health coach and I'm really health oriented about a lot of things, I try my best really to use the best ingredient to feed my customers because that's how I eat and I want my customer to eat healthy. So we focus on food as medicine in general. Our restaurant started in 2000 actually. I came to America in 1989 to finish my master. But for some reason we couldn't go back and I finished my master, but we stayed here. I had 3 children. So I have to do something and I never knew how to cook really, You know, I went to college in Jordan University, finished my 4-year college, and you know how I lived college life and all of these kind of things. Went to Kuwait. I taught in Kuwait for many, many years. Came in 1989, so we started going to the farmer market. And there, the seeds of zaytun started. And then I become very health-oriented. I went to Duke. I finished my health coaching, and we started the restaurant. Well, zaytun means in Arabic olives, and it's kind of universal language. We chose that because in Spanish as zaytun and Hebrew zitim, Arabic zaytun, so it's kind of everybody will understand it, so it's olives. Jaddara, which is rice and lentil balaf with caramelized onion, it's really very famous. We've been doing it, I'm telling you, for almost 20 years. And people like it. First of all, it's vegetarian, vegan. It's kind of universal. For people who want it to be vegetarian, it will be served with tzatziki. If it is vegan, with no tzatziki, it's been in our culture for, I grew up eating it, and it's delicious, it's good. We like it. We eat it either with plain yogurt or with cucumber, which is the tzatziki. We eat it with the cucumber and dill and all of these kind of things, or with salad, fine chopped salad. Again, everything we used to eat local, sustainable. So it's very famous back home and famous here, and people like it. The soup is called carrot lentil. It's one of the dishes we serve it here as zaytun. We use in our culture a lot of lentils because we grow it locally and people use it. So this carrot lentil soup, they used to do it traditionally from the rainwater. So rainwater, it's for some reason, it has different flavor. Specifically, they've done it this way. The molds, we use them for ma'moul, and ma'moul, it has really very unique story because we use those molds around the celebration of after as a Palestinian, we have Muslim and Christian. So Muslim, they fast Ramadan and they celebrate, after they break Ramadan, the Eid al-Fitr. So in that tradition, we use, the ma'moul, and it's a dough. We make it and we mold it with those molds. And the Christian and Easter, the same thing they do. So it's very, around that time of the celebration, traditionally long time ago, because it's a small communities, not very big and not many cars and stuff like this. So you were sitting in somewhere in your neighborhood, where in your house, and all the neighbors, they gather and they do, the mamul, and all you hear is just like those molds, it's just like tick, tick, tick. They just like, it's a very beautiful memory. Those molds, very specific, and it's really very unique. I look at food as food is very spiritual also. If you put love into food and you serve it, people like it. Feel it. So it's, we use pure ingredient, and people, for many years they've been eating it and since in it. So I take pride about our philosophy and about our cooking and all of these kind of things, people sense and use and like. So we've been doing it for almost 20 years now.
There's a new name for play in Greensboro. The Miriam P. Brenner Children's Museum is open and ready for play in downtown Greensboro.
The exciting change for us today is a new name, a name to acknowledge and say thank you for an extraordinary gift by a very generous family, Nancy and Frank Brenner. And so we are delighted and thrilled that our new name is now Miriam P. Brenner Children's Museum.
Frank, why did you want to get involved with the museum?
Look at this. I mean, once you bring your grandchildren here, you're hooked for life, and it's just such a great asset for Greensboro. So we're excited.
Tell us about your mother, for whom this is now named.
You know what? She tolerated me for 50 years, so wanted to do something to honor her, and I just think this fits perfectly. So we're happy to be here, happy to do it.
And what are some of your favorite things to do here?
What's not my favorite thing to do here? Quite frankly, just spend time with the grandkids. You know, whatever they want to do, I'm happy to move along with them. It's an incredible facility. It really is, and I appreciate everyone before me that put this together.
Well, we're glad to have you here for sure. Marion, the museum has been here for 23 years. The airplane, one of the very first original exhibits here. How has it changed over the years?
We have grown and evolved as time has gone. We have always been a fabulous, safe, fun place for kids and families. But when we first started, we had the fire truck was in this room, and things have been moved around. Exhibits have changed just as kids have changed and grown, and some things have been loved to death and been replaced by other things. So we have just evolved. In 2010, we opened the Edible Schoolyard, and that was a fabulous it's our half-acre teaching garden, a fabulous new way for families to explore, to teach kids about healthy eating. In 2017, we opened our outdoor climbing play plaza, which has just been fabulous, added a water feature and our digital experience in the growing place. And so we are constantly evolving to serve the community. We have lots of things in the works, new plans for exhibit overhauls, some surprises and fun things that are coming. All of our guest services areas are being refreshed and updated, our classrooms and birthday party rooms. But today, it is just really a special chapter in the life of the museum as we take this new name. To become the Miriam P. Brenner Children's Museum is just so incredibly exciting.
And this is a special gift from the Brenner family to honor Frank Brenner's mother.
Absolutely, yeah. So we approached Frank about a year ago to see if they would consider supporting our campaign, Building for Tomorrow, to invest in the infrastructure of the museum. We needed a new roof, we needed new HVAC, we needed a new security system, just all the things that go with an older building. And of course, he totally understood it, and we had a delightful conversation. And he said, this is important, and this institution is important to the community. And he said, let me think about what we can do, and called back that afternoon with just an amazing offer of a gift for the museum. And it's the largest gift the museum has ever received. And so we were so thrilled, and it's an honor to honor that gift and to say thank you. We thought it would just be fabulous to let the Brenners put a name on the museum, and Frank chose to name it for his mother.
And of course, mothers are the ones who care for their children, and whether that mother is not always a mother, it might be a father or a caregiver or grandparent, but we see them all at the museum all the time, so that feels like a really special thing.
It does. It adds such a personal touch, and it speaks to family, and that's what we're all about. And so we just couldn't be more pleased. We think it's such an exciting day. We love the new logo and colors that go with it. And so it's just going to take us forward. We're going to be stronger and bigger and better than ever.
Well, we appreciate it. Thank you. We can't wait to play.
Come play anytime. We'll see you on the climbers, see you in the plane. Would you like to slide down the plane, Rosemary?
Oh, I might have to do that. Mm-hmm. Visit the museum in person on North Church Street and online at mbcmuseum.com.
If everyone will take their seats, please. Mrs. Hightower? Thank you. So I want to make a motion to continue the short-term rental ordinance discussion to May 23rd. Let me double check that date. Yes, May 23rd. And that will be a standalone item. That will be the only issue on that agenda. I believe I have a second from Mrs. Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? And that passes 8-0. I would like to thank the people who waited for the short-term rental to agree to postpone that item. We did say before the break that people would be limited to 2 minutes as speakers from the floor and on other items. We do, so our next agenda item is resolution opposing HB 470. We do have a few speakers signed up to speak on this item. I know Vinnie Messina signed up to speak, and he had a death in the family last night. I don't know if he sent somebody in his place. Marcus Cox, Del Stone, Louis Medina, Bryce Carter, Will Cox, and Reverend Nelson Johnson. If those people could go to the window side of the room, and if anybody else who signed up as a speaker from the floor who wanted to talk about this, if you would also go to the window side of the room, since this is an agenda item. Is there a presentation on this?
Mayor, no.
Okay. Then I'm just going to go down the list. Is there somebody here for Vincent Messina? Nope. Marcus Cox?
Madam Mayor, could you confirm the amount of time that you're allotting for these speakers?
2 minutes.
My name is Marcus Cox, and I live in District 2 in Greensboro. I'm a firefighter for 9 years, and this evening I'll be speaking as a member of the Executive Board of the Professional Firefighters of Greensboro. Madam Mayor, members of the council, the civil service boards have been used in federal, state, and local government for nearly 100 years. They have been put in place to guard against good old boy systems and workplace discrimination. A civil service board in Greensboro will protect against workplace discrimination by offering oversight and employee grievance processes. Very few organizations are devoid of discrimination historically. The result of discrimination present themselves in a multitude of ways and can impact an individual's opportunity for advancement. In most organizations, disciplinary activities and actions for the employer become part of the employer file, and would prevent them from participating in promotional processes that they would otherwise be eligible for. It should be apparent how having due process for allegations raised against you can foster an environment for discrimination to exist. The bill specifically references the promotion of efficiency and policy. By its very nature, civil service boards promote government transparency. Local government transparency often leads to increased efficiencies and is always good public policy. If a decision is made that directly affects an employee's career or livelihood, transparency on how that decision is made should be accessible. Cost was brought up in reference to this, and if you consider the taxpayers' dollars, if someone is terminated without due process, all the time, energy, and resources that went into funding that position, training that individual, and creating that position goes out the window.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Louis Medina. I'm with the Working Class and Houseless Organizing Alliance. So City Council moved pretty quickly on opposing this bill. They don't move quickly when dealing with housing or keeping police accountable or really anything, but they were able to mobilize very quickly to proactively oppose this bill, right? And which is pretty laughable, right? They clearly hate the working class. Their reasons are even more laughable. They say that having a police representative would mean that it would be less likely to be held accountable. On the one hand, they admit that police are a violent apparatus that avoids accountability. On the other, they pretend they hold the police accountable ever. Marcus Smith, Duke Crenshaw, 275 cases of hog tying, 50 videos that you all had sealed, right, by a federal judge. That's 250 in 4 years. How many people were terminated? It's not about police being on the board. If they believe that was the issue, they would hold these police accountable, or they would suggest, as I do, that this board exists, right, but that police have no representation on it. Police aren't workers. They don't produce a service. Plumbers produce plumbing, right? Cooks make food. The only service that police provide is repression and death, and we have seen this in the case of Marcus Smith and Duke Crenshaw, and apparently 270 other people. That's our line. We believe the board should be passed, that y'all should hold police accountable, and that there should be no police represented on this board. I'm going to go back into police, I guess. Police evict workers, they arrest workers, they harass workers, and they kill workers. Their only service is repression, and their only product is death. Historically, police has functioned as slave catchers in this country and strike breakers. It is absurd that they would serve on a board with actual working class people. Thank you. Also, there's 2 minutes. That's bullshit.
That's okay.
All right, Del Stone with WOA. So once again, city workers are here to ask council to listen to the concerns of sanitation workers, firemen, transit workers, and thousands of more people who actually make the city run. And once again, city council has wasted hours of time exposing their own ignorance about basic budget issues to the point that that's functionally a filibuster. At the last work session, we know that council decided to write a resolution against House Bill 470, which would create the Civil Service Board. This would provide some limit on the power of the city manager over public sector employees. And we know that civil service boards like this one have existed for hundreds of years, and basically every other major city in North Carolina has one. Actually, the city of Greensboro, when you compare it to any other city in the state, has the worst grievance procedure. There's been a prominent employment and civil rights attorney in North Carolina who has used the city of Greensboro's specific procedure as a case study in worst practices. If a worker is terminated, the only recourse they have is to write a letter to the city manager. And going back the last several years, there have not been any cases overturned in favor of the worker. The majority of council wants to publicly oppose something through this resolution that the public sector workers of their city desperately want. Council goes so far as to make the laughable excuse that this board would supposedly increase protections for cops who use excessive force. But as far as we can tell, in the entire history, only 2 Greensboro cops have ever been terminated for violating department policy. Even with all the police killings that we know have happened here, all the state-sanctioned brutality, where was this concern for cops losing their jobs when 8 officers hogtied and killed Marcus Smith, when 17-year-old Duke Crenshaw was shot 3 times and killed, when there were 50 videos of police hogtying people that the public wanted exposed, and this council fought the Smith family for 3 years to keep those under seal. This council lists its concern about police abusing their power as the first substantive reason to oppose a civil service board, but that is an absurdity, which would be hilarious if there were not lives on the line. Thank
you. Greetings, Citizens Council. I am Bryce Carter, Vice President UE Local 150, Greensboro chapter member. Years ago, when we came to you guys about some concerns, demands, we talked about the grievance procedure. That was during Westmoreland's term. Moving fast forward to David Parrish, we kept asking for the same thing. Now here we go again with, now we're asking with this particular city manager. However, with the grievance procedure with the city of Greensboro, right now we have this discipline without punishment. As I've noticed through this particular policy, every time supervisors or managers have to initiate or do an investigation, they have to contact the HR law compliance consultant. However, the worker within this particular piece don't have any representation. They don't have no way of having a witness. They don't have any evidence they can present. But they have 10 days and no guidance on how to write the letter to the city manager. Okay. But some of the workers during the time period of these grievance procedure before this time, you had Leroy Hairston, Tony Newkirk, Willie Brigman, Edward Bush, and Dwayne Wilson. These gentlemen were let go, former employees. I feel like at the time this board would have been able to look into, and they'd be able to have witnesses, present evidence. It's all about policy. If the city manager is ruling in the favor of the policy that they've done whatever, then I feel like the board would do the same thing and honor that particular issue. It's when there's no consistency in the punishment that causes the issues with workers. When somebody can have an accident one place and they get moved on, and then another person do the same thing and get fired. There's the inconsistency, and that's the problem. So Civil Service Board, that's why we're pushing for it. We want it to be due process and fair. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Will Cox. Greetings, Mayor Vaughn and City Council members. First of all, I just want to share a photo that Reverend Nelson Johnson was kind enough to share with us. And it's a photo of 15 black sanitation workers from the early 1970s. They're all holding signs, and what are they doing? They're protesting unfair termination, racist termination from the early 1970s. So that's 50 years. It's time for those practices to stop, and I think this is an opportunity. The campaign for a civil service board is part of a long history of majority black city workers being terminated without a chance of being heard. These misconceptions that need clearing up, there's some myths that have been floating around. I think it's important for us to clarify these things and dispel these myths. Myth number one, this is being motivated by white racists to undermine a black city manager. 2 white firefighters were fired and will be reinstated if this goes through. That's a myth. The fact is, yes, 2 white firefighters were fired a few years ago, but that has nothing to do with the pursuit of this bill. We've had extensive conversations with the professional firefighters of Greensboro about this. Both of our organizations have been pursuing changes in the city's grievance procedure since 2017. If the Civil Service Board is put in place, it would not be retroactive. This is not an attack on the power of a black city manager. Again, we have been pursuing this under the previous 2 white city managers. There's no guarantee that in the future we will have a city manager as honest and open as City Manager JFI. The city manager would still have the hiring, firing, and promotional authority as he currently does. The CSB simply provides checks and balances of this office. Wish I could continue on. I think 50 years is long enough.
Reverend Johnson, I think you're the final speaker. Was there anybody else who had signed up to speak and intended to speak on this item? Reverend Johnson?
Thank you. Mayor Vaughn and council members, it's good to see all y'all again. Haven't been here often. I recently heard about the bill that's now in the House, and I've heard conflicting views on it. But one thing I'm sure of, I was there with the workers in the 70s when all of them were fired, all of them. Reverend Douglas was standing in the middle of them. And there was no process for them to appeal to. We can't assume that that won't happen again. So I came here tonight with mixed feelings because I do understand the concern that there might be some effort to take away the power of the city manager. I just want to say that I think the right thing to do is to grant the power to the workers, the right to have their voices heard when they feel they've been mistreated. And so I want to urge the council tonight to support the House bill and take a step forward so that 3,000 workers can feel that their council is representing them. And when we do the math, it's not just 3,000 workers, it's 10,000 people. They all have children, and they all need to have their dignity, their worth, and their often maligned professions affirmed by this council. So I urge you to vote in a way that affirms these workers and help them to know that they are cared for, they are loved, and that your vote will express that tonight.
Thank you. Those are all the speakers we have on this item. I don't know if there are motion or comments. And if you want to speak, let me know, Mrs. Hightower.
You want to?
Oh, you too.
Okay. Okay. First, I move the item.
Did you have comments, or are you just going to make the motion?
Yeah, I do have comments because I want to be clear, it's kind of troubling to me. People talk about due process, but there's been no due process here. Because nobody in the audience that is for it, other than these city workers, have really talked to me. So who else is for it? And they've not communicated that at all to me. But there are people that oppose it, and they've talked to me as well. So there's two sides here. So you're painting a picture. So let me share with you some things. And I'll wait for them to leave. I support our city workers. There is nobody that sees this face knows that I have not been behind field ops 1,000%. When we talk about public safety, who brings them up the most? I do. Now, I understand the system's not perfect. Are there some things we need to fix? Absolutely. And we need to get down to the business of fixing those things and making sure they're fair for all workers. Should union members speak for non-union members? I don't think so. I don't think that's the proper way to do things either. I'm sorry. I think this bill was not done it was done in the dark. There was no due process about this bill at all. My colleagues in Winston-Salem knew to be in Raleigh. We didn't. They asked me about it. Why weren't you there, Sharon? Didn't know about it, didn't know it was coming up. We were blindsided with it. It's okay to have differences of opinions, but this Civil Service Board was not done in the proper manner. It was not done transparent. It came up again after two past managers. Nobody pushed it this hard. Nobody went and got a bill nowhere when you had the two previous managers. You brought it up. It came up, but that's as far as it went. What is really driving this? The unintended consequences will be that you will usurp the city manager's authority. We are a manager-council form of government. And if you change our charter from that, you take away his power to do anything. Somebody spoke a while ago and said nobody's been appealed. No appeals have been overturned. That's incorrect. I'm not going to name names because it's personnel, but there have been some overturns and they're working today. So what we really have to do, I think the issue is sometimes in where middle management may make decisions that are not favorable. When people get fired, they need somebody to advocate with them. But this bill is not going to fix that. You're going to have members on this board who are going to represent a union. Do they have HR experience? Do they have policy knowledge? Do they have legal knowledge? You're putting that in the hands of novice people that don't have that. Currently, the system we have puts that in place with our city manager here, for our city manager to talk to our city attorney, for them to review those documents and compare that policy. So at this time, I am going to oppose it. Yes, I am. Do we need to continue dialogue about it? Yes, we do. Do we need to fix the issues? Yes, we do. Okay? But currently, the way it's done, the way it's drafted, it will take out of the hands of the manager his ability to really create more diversity. When you give to a civil service board who says, I don't like that policy around diversity, let's change it. I don't like this person getting promoted, let's fix that. Most recently, in 2023, we promoted an African-American female fire captain, the first, as long as the fire department has been around. What if the board doesn't like that promotion? Can they change it? So I think we are putting ourselves in a pickle. Let's talk about this, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely, let's correct the things that are wrong in the system. But this is certainly not the way to do it. And I think we're better than this. To have the state legislature come in and say, we don't like your charter, so we're going to wipe that out, and we're going to insert this process. Mary Kay?
Yeah, just let me know because we're not able to work this system. So, and then Tammy.
So I'm going to say a few things, and then I'm going to ask something of the city manager. And then I would like to reserve the, to come back again because I have a few other things that have cropped up. This bill changes the charter of the city of Greensboro. And personally, I don't know if that is unconstitutional or not, but pulled up our North Carolina Constitution. In Article 2, Section 24(1), Item J, prohibited subjects. The General Assembly shall not enact any local, private, or special act or resolution regulating labor, trade, mining, or manufacturing. Under Section 3 of the same article and section, prohibited acts that are void. Any local, private, or special act or resolution enacted in violation of the provisions of this section shall be void. So I have a major concern there. That is exactly what it says, that no local bill can regulate labor. Well, I looked up what regulate labor means, and that's exactly what HB 470 does. It regulates labor. Our city council manager was hired to oversee 3,000 employees. That is personnel. For those who need a history lesson, the reason the council manager form of government became into law was to keep the politics out of personnel. That is the reason. And I did get that from the Winston-Salem City Council when they had their meeting last evening. They passed opposition resolution unanimously on this bill. Why? Their comments were, we didn't ask for this. We were not notified that this was going to fly through the House and would be something that we would be required to do without any input. Now, I was told you've had 30 days for input, but I'm sorry, I don't sit and watch the bills every day. Got a call 11 p.m. on it was either Monday or Tuesday night, that it was going to be heard in Rules Committee on Wednesday. I had commitments on my calendar that I'd had for a year, and I could not change. So it was flown through the House behind closed doors, behind our backs. That's the only way I can say it. I'm also confused because there's been some issues that have been brought up that all of the unions in Greensboro want this, and that the Greensboro Police Officers Association knew about it and they collaborated on it. But from what I gather, and I do have their letter, and I also have the letter from email from Representative John Hardister, because it's been said that they knew everything about it. Well, I have an email from Representative John Hardister saying that he only talked to the Firefighters Union and the PBA. And I have that email. So, you know, the GPOA, the Greensboro Police Officers Association, sent a letter today, and I would like to read that into the record. If I brought it, I think I left it at home. But, Zach had it. Thank you so much. Dear Mayor Vaughn and City Council members, the Greensboro Police Officers Association and our 517 members write to you about House Bill 470. While not opposed to a civil service board whatsoever, we find it very unfortunate that our association was not included in any portion of the conversation surrounding the development of this bill by our state representatives. Because of this lack of involvement, we are currently opposed to this bill. As you are aware, all of our members are currently police officers whom the city of Greensboro employs. Our membership has unique experiences concerning promotion, discipline, and appeals processes that take place daily. By seeking our input, we could work with all parties involved, including city departments, department heads, the city manager, city council members, and state representatives to identify needs from a board like this that would be specific and unique to Greensboro. Please feel free to share our position on this matter. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication. Respectfully, Cody St. Pierre, President, Greensboro Police Officers Association. And that is where I was told that everyone knew about this. And that is when I reached out to Representative John Hardister, and I received the email that I did, that he only reached out to the Firefighters Union and the Police Benevolent Association. So at this point, I mean, I've got quite a few more comments, but I'll save them for a little later. Just one, someone mentioned in speakers earlier about that there are 6 cities that have service boards, civil service boards in North Carolina. My question would be, there are 6. Why don't the other 767 municipalities want or have civil service boards? That would be a question I would like to have answered. And my final point at this point is I would like to ask the city manager. I hear a lot of conversation about you never overturn appeals or you never support appeals. Or I would like to know a little bit if you have any statistics or any words about that, about your position as you oversee the city, and that is what you were hired to do.
Thank you, Councilwoman Abuzeta. The mayor had actually asked for that data for the last year. I'd asked our HR director to actually go back the last 5 years. I don't have all of that information yet, but I do have for 2020, 21, and 22. And in 2020, there were 20 non-probationary dismissals. In 2020, there were 20 of them. Only 3 appeals. 2 were upheld. 1 was returned back to work. The following year was the same. I think we had 13 non-probationary dismissals. 5 were appealed, 4 were upheld. In 2022, we had
When you say upheld, you mean
in other
that-
words, the determination was upheld, and so one was returned. In 2022, we had 24 dismissals, non-probationary. 6 were appealed. All 6 were upheld, and those had to do with some of the news items that we've read about some of our officers. And those are really egregious issues that called for determinations to be upheld. I know that I've heard a lot of things about council manager form of government and undermining that, and I'm fine with that. I think my main concern is the chiefs themselves, who really lead officers. In my conversations with both of them, especially our fire chief, I do know that this bill causes a lot of concern for him personally. And so they have a due process, and they do not take this lightly at all. I'll tell you that, at least since I've been here. And for general employees, I believe the council is aware of this, that January of 2022, I started in February, January of 2022, the city, after several years of piloting, introduced the DWP, discipline without punishment, and that has reduced greatly the number of employees that have,
Can you say that again? Discipline
without
punishment?
Yes. So people don't have to feel they have to lose their jobs. Previously, it was just traditional performance management things where people had to, I think Chris can tell you stories about that. You literally have to prepare a document. It's like appearing in front of a jury to defend yourself. That did not treat employees with respect. DWP does. Can the system be better? Absolutely. Can we do a better job of what we're doing today to protect our employees, both sworn and non-sworn? Absolutely. But I do know that based on the statistics that I just shared with you, not a whole lot of appeals. And we've had a couple of uphelds. I will have this in full information for 5 years. Hopefully I'll have that for you later tonight or sometime tomorrow that I will share with all of you. But the mayor did ask for this. I believe it was on Monday, and we're working through that. Thank you.
Thank you. That helps. That was all I had for the moment. Yes, Mr. Attorney. The legality of the being against the North Carolina Constitution as stated.
So you read the constitutional provisions very well and accurately. There have been no cases that actually specifically address that. There's one case that I was able to pull up that discusses the language there and sort of in a tangential way confirms that your interpretation of it is what the Supreme Court would say it to be. I would just say that from a broader context of legality, the biggest problem with the bill as proposed is that, as someone suggested, that the bill allowed for sort of a checking to see that policy had been followed. If that sort of guidance had been given, it would be a much better bill. It, in fact, provides really a cloud of appeal that would go into a kind of cloud. It would be a second trial, essentially, and the determination would be based on whether or not the board felt that it was, quote unquote, justified, whatever that may mean. And should that action be appealed, it would go to the Superior Court, where the same question would be asked as to whether or not it was justified, and it would not require it to be on the record that either the manager had or the board had. It would be a new record that would get created at the Court of Appeal, at the Superior Court level. And so much of the functioning of this board under that bill seems to be not the model of efficiency.
Mrs. Thurm?
When we were first presented with this bill, I was wholeheartedly opposed to it. I had a couple of major problems with it, disagreed with a couple factors of it, and I was very vocal to the union members that brought it to me what I didn't like about the bill specifically. The bill as it's proposed now has actually addressed my two biggest concerns. I don't love this bill. I don't love the concept. It's something that our employees have been asking for, and quite frankly, you know, in some ways, if we had addressed some issues within our employment world, this may not be necessary. But I understand why people feel it is necessary. I will be voting against this resolution tonight.
Mr. Matheny?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's so much confusion over this entire process and bill. It's hard to understand what is even in it. And I think we had our discussion last Thursday. We were going to get some kind of feedback in addition to this proposed resolution as to more specifics as to what was in the bill. And I don't know, I can't remember if that was our liaison position was going to come back to us and give us more specifics, because I know there was discussion about procedure and how the civil board would only vote if procedure was on, not overturn a decision. Was there a one-pager that was ever submitted to us based on our work session? Because if I missed another email, forgive me, but I looked.
Well, I'll tell you that I sent you a number of emails outlining the timeline of process.
Right.
And the fact that over the last couple of months, we've provided bi-weekly updates, and HB 470 was in there. So I sent that timeline information to you. But yesterday, Attorney Watts, myself, Assistant City Manager Trey Davis, the chiefs, and our Intergovernmental Relations Manager, Latoya Caesar Crawford, we all met in response to your discussion at the work session. You had asked for two things. One, a resolution, the other, a list of concerns. And so we huddled together to make sure that everybody was able to pull that together, and I believe that we are going to have that today to be able to share with you. And I think what's important there is to be able to hear the two chiefs speak to specific concerns. Okay, if you're going to have this bill at all, here are the things that we would like to see. They definitely express their opposition to the current bill, even as it's amended. They feel that it didn't go far enough. The preference, of course, is that the bill doesn't exist.
Mr. Manager, hold
but
on.
that's pretty much.
But on this, like, I've got your 4:39 p.m. email up.
No, but it was sent to you earlier today, and then.
Now, I got the timeline, but
Yes.
that's the timeline and not the concerns.
The
So if y'all met today.
We met yesterday to pull the time, to put the concerns together. And the idea
I've got
behind
the
it.
timeline printed out, but
We have not. That's what I'm saying. We plan to share that with you.
You
but
haven't
we already
shared it.
No, we have not. But we
So-
have pulled all of those together.
Okay, Mr. Manager, we had a hot discussion Thursday. I thought as a body, we were crystal clear that we needed answers as soon as humanly possible. We are here voting on a resolution, a proposed resolution. We don't have the concerns that we asked for on Thursday. That is a significant concern.
But Council did not ask to vote on concerns.
We
Council
asked
wanted
for-
to vote on resolution.
I agree with you. We asked for two things. We asked from a legal perspective, because I remember specifically, if you rewind the tape, we talked about it coming one from Chuck's office, one from Latoya's office. Latoya's office is going to give us the details of the bill and the concerns about it. That's what we all need, and that's what we don't have. So the preference would have been for y'all to meet Friday after our work session and get us something that we could understand better about the bill Friday afternoon. That's just fact, based on being in that room with everybody on Thursday. So, and Councilman Hightower and Councilwoman Boozwaiter, you know, the discussion about being caught off guard and flown through behind the backs and everything, it shows a flaw in our process. We have a liaison. We have qualified North Carolina state legislative lobbyists. How this flew through behind the doors, caught off guard, whatever happened, fact, there is a flaw in our process. You can shake your head, Mr.
I
Manager,
disagree, Councilman
well,
Matheny.
but if we don't know,
I have provided that update to Council for the last 2 months from Mrs. Crawford.
so we knew that it was going to, I see
It
the
was
timeline.
filed on March 23rd. But nobody knew it was
Correct.
going to the Rules
Right.
Committee.
All right, let's not have cross.
So if we didn't know it was going to Rules Committee, there's a flaw in our process. Then that's a process. Whether it's our lobbyists, I'm saying the whole process. Why didn't we know when Winston-Salem knew?
Winston-Salem did not go on that day. The day that Winston-Salem went, they went with our fire chief and our police chief. I gave them the direction on Monday evening. No, I gave them because the intergovernmental relations manager informed us on Sunday evening. As a matter of fact, informed us the Friday before, and on Sunday evening reminded us that that bill was going to be heard.
Okay, so
And
Friday night, why didn't City Council get to know? When did we get to know?
Well, as a matter of fact, at that point in time, though, Council had not, you have to also understand, Council had not taken a position, unlike
I understand that.
Winston-Salem.
But if the state's taking a position on behalf of the city, then as a policy board, why did the Winston-Salem get to know and our city council was left in the dark, caught off guard, falling behind the door?
Because Winston-Salem City Council had already had a letter signed by their mayor that went to the state about this, and then
So they were ahead of us on the same bill. So we didn't know. Winston-Salem did. So they had a letter. You're confirming my question. The fact of the matter is, you alerted the chiefs, right, to go down and work on their behalf, along with our legislative liaison. At what point did you alert City Council that this was going on, that we might consider contacting our delegation? You alerted the chiefs. You didn't alert us.
I do remember very well that when we were discussing our legislative agenda process, there was a conversation as whether this was a priority, and Council did not agree that it was a priority.
But if the state is taking it up, at the time, the state wasn't taking it up.
But our responsibility, though, Mr. Matheny, is primarily to what's on our legislative agenda. That's the directive that you gave us as
I would
staff.
argue, though, Mr. Manager, if the state is pushing through something that is a legislative agenda, regardless if it's on our list, it becomes on our list if it affects our body and our employees and your leadership as our manager. We should be informed.
And that's what every biweekly updates from March has informed you of, that with HB 470 and what it was going to do. And that was, Council was
It would have been better
informed.
had you alerted us when you alerted the chiefs.
All right, on this whole thing, Jack, I don't like you going this way.
Okay.
We didn't know, and it's not anybody's fault. You know what happened to us. People were unaware, the people in Raleigh, the legislators that we did not ask to put this in the put their bill in. We did not have it in our legislative agenda. Now, there's no need fussing about when we learned about it. We all can read. We can read. We read the bill. The bill does not help us. If there is some kind of legal, anything legal that happens with this board, the The council has to pay for it. They don't have any money. It's going to come out of our budget. It's a bad bill. Now, no need getting on the city manager about when we heard. We all can read, and don't get on the city manager because LaToya and them didn't give us a line-by-line interpretation. We all can read. So
Can I
we
finish?
don't need anybody to explain to
Okay,
us
at this point,
what the bill
what
says.
Councilwoman Wells
We
is
can
saying
read.
is we don't have a choice. I don't support this resolution. It's not going to help us in any capacity. What does help us is talking with our delegation, which is what we should have been doing a few weeks ago, and talking with our chiefs and talking with the employees as well as not only the firefighters union, the other unions as well as GPOA. And it is respectfully the best thing we can do is work to potentially either it shuts down in the Senate or we make what is a difficult bill the best bill we can make.
I have my hand up whenever y'all go
Hold on
through
a
the,
second.
put me on the list.
So I have so I'm not paying attention to the computer. Goldie, Mrs. Hoffman, Mary Kay, Sharon, I have some comments. Goldie?
Well, all I want to say is the why we didn't know about it, when we learned about it. Somebody, if you don't like the bill, just vote against it. I've read the bill. It is not good for us, and so I'm going to vote for the resolution. There's no need fussing about when we learned and how it didn't. Nobody explained it to us. But as I said before, we read for ourselves and make our own decisions.
I see that, I know that Mrs. Hoffman's next, but I see Ms. Caesar Crawford has been wanting to comment. Yes.
Please.
And then it's Mrs. Hoffman, Mrs. Abuzawader, Mrs. Hightower, and me.
Thank you, Council. Just wanted to provide a little bit of clarity because I think it's important from a timeline perspective since we have addressed this several times. I did share a timeline this morning per Councilman Matheny's request as to the timeline and the flow of communication as it relates to House Bill 470. The origins of the Civil Service Review Board dates farther back than this legislative session. However, the first time that we were introduced to this was in a combined draft bill form that had another issue combined together. The bill was never filed. We didn't see it because it was not filed successfully. The next time that we did see it, I want to be very clear that we did share through our lobbyist several times that this was not on our legislative agenda and that our council had not taken a position on the bill. Our lobbyist was very diligent in sharing that information on February 7th. On February 15th, again, the draft bill came out with a combination of the two issues. It was not filed successfully. On March 23rd, the bill was filed successfully by Representative Zenger. 4 days later, it was presented on the House floor, and there were 3 sponsors listed at that time. It was then referred to the local government committee. I shared that information on April 21st with our city manager and our fire and police chiefs. No recommendation was made. It was simply to let them know that the hearing was coming. On 4/25, when the hearing did come up, of course, at that time, there was a public opportunity for comments, and our fire chiefs there did, in conjunction with our Winston-Salem counterparts, voice their opposition to the bill. As a result, Representative Clemens came forward. She offered to assist. She offered amendments to the bill, and as a result, it was pulled. At that time, it was then, the amendments were then presented. It came back onto the House floor. One of the things that I just want to clarify is we continued to gain and gain and gain more knowledge as the day went by from our lobbyists. Yes, it was presented at the House floor. It was supposed to be calendared for 3:30 p.m. that day. The House didn't convene until about 4 p.m.-ish. I want to be clear that I continued to try and find out whether or not that bill was going to end up on the agenda. Unfortunately, we did not receive that information until the House convened and decided to put it on the agenda at the very last minute. That's the timeline. So in terms of the knowledge of the bill, the hearing and all of those things, I just wanted to create some clarity as to how we've gotten to this particular place, and I'm more than happy to provide additional information if needed.
Thank you.
I think the toughest thing, LaToya, is, but hold on a second. The toughest thing is you get
Wait,
blocked.
Zach, wait.
But it's a process.
Zach,
It's
that's
not your
out of
fault.
line.
It's not your fault. You did your job. It got stopped the 21st instead of coming to us until the 25th.
Mrs. Hoffman was next to speak.
You called on me. Thank you. I was listening to Zach. I'm going to vote for this resolution because I think it's a way that our voice is heard. I said in our work session last week, it's a bad bill, it's bad legislation. Whenever you try to craft legislation in the way in which this bill was crafted, you get bad legislation. And you've gotten only one point of view in terms of crafting it. It conceivably is possible that if you had all of the appropriate parties and input working together, you could get a good piece of legislation maybe that most of us could support or be happy with. But that's not the case, I think, with this piece of legislation. And it's not that I'm not sympathetic to our employees. I think in my entire tenure on council, I've certainly been supportive of our employees throughout the organization. But again, I just contend this is a bad piece of legislation. Dare I say it's political, but at any rate, I think we can do better than this legislation, and so I think I'm going to vote for this resolution because it's a way of expressing how we feel as a city council.
Mary Kay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, I'm not going to repeat what everyone has said so far, but I do think there's one misconception, and no matter which way this is voted on, Mrs. Hightower and I would like to read this resolution into the record when it comes to that point. But I think we as a council have listened to our employees. I know with the firefighters, we have done so much, with the compression issues, with the salary, with the making sure there were 4 people on a ladder truck. This almost makes it sound like we don't listen and we don't hear you. And I don't know, Mrs. Hightower with field operations, and we did the $15 an hour for all employees in 2018. Employees come to us all the time and mention to us about things, or come to us and express, we really need this for our firefighters. We really need this for our police. We really need this for our field workers. So even in the resolution, we state that we are willing to work on this. The issue is that it's a bad bill. We were not allowed to collaborate on it. All I hear from all the employees that speak, we need to sit down and talk about this. We need to collaborate on this. That's the piece, along with communication, that is missing from this bill. So I think you can tell I'm in support of our resolution. And thank you, Ms. Crawford.
Thank you.
Really
Thank you,
expressed the
Council.
timeline very well.
I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Sharon?
Thank you very much. So let me be clear, ladies and gentlemen. I knew about the bill, but let me read to you what my senator text me. And I do talk to my senators who represent me. And when your senator who represents you don't know about a bill that pops up at the last minute, that's problematic. And this bill popped up at the last minute. But I knew about this bill in February. And what she said to me, I heard about it from lobbyists. I don't think it has broad support. What does that tell you? It wasn't going anywhere. That was February 16th at 7:08 p.m. How does it come back up last week at the last minute and we don't know about it? And I got an urgent text from another senator who said, why aren't you down here in Raleigh? This bill, I said, what are you talking about? I'm in Concord at a conference. I don't know what you're talking about. Who had to inform me? So I got nothing. I knew nothing. But I do talk to our lobbyists. They should have communicated to us, but they didn't know. Only one of them knew. That is the one that was talking to a group. And I heard what was said by these particular group down there because it was overheard. Okay, I'm going to put it back on the calendar at 4 o'clock. And we immediately started getting a phone call. This is coming up. Well, I can't drive from Concord to Raleigh in 5 minutes. Impossible. To be transparent, you really want to make things change, we have to communicate honestly. This is not done correctly. It was done sneakily. And when I talked to my legislator and I asked the question, she said, you need to let them know how you feel about this bill. And I said, would a resolution be the way? And she said, absolutely. Winston-Salem did a resolution. City of Greensboro is doing a resolution. We're mirroring our sister city because both of us are in this bill. Winston doesn't want it at all. Zero, zilch. I want to have an opportunity to fix some of the things wrong in our system. And we do that through policy. I don't need Raleigh to come down here and tell us how we ought to be doing business. They control some things, but they shouldn't be controlling this and not done in this manner. And then we have to turn around and pay for these appeals. If it goes before an appeal board and then you want to appeal it, then we got to pay for it. We got to hire lawyers. We could be putting all that money back into the employees. We could be investing back in you. But no, you want to go to court. For what? Is it? And then you come at me and you say, it's going to stop racism. I see that it's going to perpetuate it even the more. Because a 5-member board, is it going to be diverse? Is it going to have women? Who's going to be the core members? Will you have 3 union members and 2 non-union members? Guess who wins every time?
Union.
3. Is it going to benefit you? Let's work this out. Let's sit down and with our city manager, we as a council will sit with our city manager and say, look at these requests. I saw the requests from the city workers. I support the $20 an hour. I support the hazard pay. I support, looking at the step plan and looking at years of service. I support benevolent pay for them to not have to use their sick pay when they go out, when somebody dies in their family. I support those things. And we can get there. Is the review process messed up? I'm sorry for the word. Yes, it is. And we need to fix that too. We need to take out not reviewing people accurately. If you do the hard work, you come to work every day, you deserve that merit. You should not get less than the guy who decide he want to come every now and then. Favoritism. But I don't know if a civil service board is going to take out favoritism. So let's really come back to the table and let's discuss this and work this out. I am for this resolution. I am the one that suggested it after speaking to a couple of senators down in Raleigh who said that's what they hear, not just a letter signed by somebody, but a resolution which says how we feel. And I will read half of it with Mary Kay. Thank you.
Who's next?
Mayor Pro Tem.
You know, I've listened to everything. I met with the workers. I've listened to various council people. And as contentious as some of us might think this is, it's an opportunity for us in our leadership positions to correct some of the wrongs ourselves. I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to work on that. And I think the manager is willing to do that. I've spoken with him. I've spoken with the city attorney. I think we have an opportunity that we don't need to just push aside. We need to jump on it, and we need to correct. There are things, I mean, for years I've been here, as most of you know, I have heard some stories that were just appalling. We have an opportunity to fix this. Let's do it.
So, bear with me, because I'm probably going to ramble a little bit. The first thing I want to say is that I'm going to vote against this resolution. I'm going to vote against this resolution, but I want to know that I want people to know that I respect the professionalism and integrity of our city manager and department heads. This is not about personalities or how I feel that they are doing their job. There's a question that has been brought up regarding the constitutionality. There are a number of other cities that have this bill going back to 1926. If there was an issue whether or not this was unconstitutional, you would think in the last 100 years it would have been decided. So we've got Asheville, Charlotte, New Bern, Statesville, Wilmington, and Raleigh, who have the Civil Service Board. One thing that I really like about the bill that is proposed is that it is subject to the open meetings law. And you really can't get more transparent than having these meetings that would be broadcast on TV. You can go back and you can look at some of the other cities that have this, and you can find that those hearings are on YouTube. Occasionally they have to close them when there are multiple personnel files involved. You know, Mrs. Hightower, you had talked about the group that might not like a promotion of somebody else. Well, the person who can appeal has to be the person who was harmed. You know, another way to look at it is, what about the person who feels that they were equal or not better than the person who was promoted and didn't get the opportunity? It is that person who has the opportunity to say that, you know, I am just as qualified or more qualified than anybody else. They have the opportunity to request the hearing and actually state that case. Let me see. So we talk a lot about the city of Asheville, which also goes back to the 1920s, and it was reviewed. It was amended in 2009. Mrs. Hoffman, you talk about bad legislation. This does not say how a civil service board would be run. It instructs the city to come up with a civil service board. And if you look at the city of Asheville, they have come up with procedures. And if you read their procedures, it's really pretty straightforward. They have also recently adopted some definitions that would make it clearer to other people what this service board does. And one thing that they state, this is about procedure. It is making sure that procedure was followed. It is not rehearing. It is just making sure that whatever department took action followed policy. And so justified means it's a two-part test. Employee received due process and employee violated a city or department policy, rule, or code of conduct according to abuse of discretion standards. And two, abuse of discretion, a decision that is clearly unreasonable, erroneous, or arbitrary. It is looking at procedure. It is not rehearing the case. You know, we did know about this in February because, if you recall, I was on vacation and it kind of blew up. And that was posted. We knew what they would be asking for. I've been asked a number of times to write a letter stating my position, and I have declined to do that because I felt that it was not the will of the council, but I have stated that personally I support this bill. And, you know, I understand why this resolution is being put forward. The mayor pro tem, well, the head of the finance department at Winston spoke before the rules committee. And I was unaware of council members writing letters and emails to our legislators, or I would have done the same, or I would have shown up to that hearing had I known about it. I do think that our employees should be able to make sure that policy and procedure was followed when they are being fired, while they are being demoted, and the fact that it is televised, that it has to follow open meetings, shows that this is much more transparent than what we have now. I would encourage people, and I've got it here, I'm not going to go through and read it all, but that the City of Asheville has Civil Service Board rules of procedure, and they're really pretty detailed on what their Civil Service Board looks like. The House bill does not detail what our Civil Service Board looks like. They allow us to come up with our procedures. They're instructing us to do that. They're not telling us what those procedures are, except that ultimately we are looking to see that policy was filed. So those are, I think those are my, oh, and there was a number about 5 people. The city of Charlotte petitioned to have their Civil Service Board expanded, and they were actually able to have 9 people with the ability to go up to 11 people if they so chose. I think we have the ability, and I plan to take that ability, to suggest changes to the Senate, and one of them could be expanding the number of people on that Civil Service Board. So I have Mrs. Stern.
Yes, I just wanted to speak to the suddenness of this bill. Yes, it was sudden that it came up in this session, but we got a draft of this last year because they tried to bring it up at the end of last year. And quite frankly, I have heard from many field service people, especially the day that I spent with field ops on a sanitation truck, had considerable discussion about some of our HR policies and some of the inequities that people have felt. I've met with the city manager several times, and we've had this discussion several times. Quite frankly, if council was going to take this up, we're making a commitment now to take it up. We've heard about this for a long time, and we haven't done anything about it, and we haven't forced anything to change. I don't blame the employees for wanting this, for moving it forward. I think at this point, they've gotten frustrated with us because we have not responded to their complaints for a long, long time. And now it's time to deal with it and to pay the piper, so to speak. As I said before, I don't love this bill. I think there is room for us to suggest improvements to the Senate. I think there are ways for us to make this a better bill. And I think that's where we need to go, and I think we owe it to our employees that have tried to tell us for a long time about issues, and we haven't addressed them.
Thank you. Mary Kay?
Just a very few comments. When I was listening to the Winston-Salem council meeting last evening, they mentioned many of the same things Mrs. Thurm did, but what they did say is they wanted to work on those issues internally. They didn't need an outside board to try to tell them how to govern their employees. So that's number one. Number two, I did a lot of research on the other cities that have civil service boards. And I know the mayor, and I will respectfully disagree. I will kind of single out Asheville because their civil service board, actually their city council, I don't know if you use the word fired, but they took someone off of their civil service board last week with no explanation. Also, they had said that they would have 12 meetings per year. In the last year, they only had 2 or 3 meetings. Same thing happened in Charlotte. So my concern with 3,000 employees that we have, if there were grievances, and say, for instance, I was not privy to the reasons why they kept canceling meetings. I'm just assuming, and this is my own assumption, that they had difficulty making quorum. That's all I can figure, because I can't imagine that they didn't have any grievances or wanted any appeals and didn't bring them to their civil service board. I also noted that in Wilmington, their civil service board, the human resources director is an ex officio member who advises the civil service board. So all of this to say, each city has had something unique for their own city. This needs to be unique for Greensboro, with Greensboro's input. Greensboro needs to have the input, along with our city manager, along with our fire chief, along with our police chief, along with employees. We need input that is unique to us. Every city is different. And I'll say it again, there's 6 civil service boards in the state. Why don't all the other cities have civil service boards? The comment was made that there's no problem with the other civil service boards in the other cities, and they've had them for a long time. A few of those cities requested to have those civil service boards. This one coming to Greensboro is the General Assembly telling us to have it, or actually the House at this point, now it has moved on to the Senate, telling us, this bill is telling us that we must have a civil service board, instead of us coming together, seeing what we want, and then requesting such. So that's basically all I have, and I would like in a few moments for us to read the resolution into the record.
Right. I just had one quick question, Madam Mayor. You brought up the fact that, it's going to be on YouTube and stuff. But I thought personnel matters were supposed to be confidential. So are we now going to start broadcasting confidential matters on YouTube and recording them? I mean, then to me, What's the
Well,
point?
so if the question is to me, you can
Yeah.
go look up those other cities and that they are subject to the open meetings law and they are broadcast. There was one case in Asheville where they went into closed session because it was a matter, one person appealed, but the matter also included other people. And they did not want to open up their files to everybody. So they went into closed session on that. But otherwise, they are televised. And I think it's really good that they have to follow the open meetings.
I really think that's probably a can of worms that's probably really going to come back in some sense of the word, because I think after a while when you start seeing personnel records, how deep would you go into having those discussions and having those, that really
Well,
adds.
it's the person who is appealing their dismissal or transfer or demotion or whatever. They are the ones who, you can't appeal on somebody else's behalf.
Right, I understand that. I just think that at some point in time when you appeal your issue, that you should be able to appeal that within the body of HR. And, I think there are some policies we need to change. Let me just say that around some of the things, and I recognize that, and maybe we have been a little slow in doing some of that, but we've done a lot of things, I think, that have helped our workers in many other ways and added to some things. And so we're not perfect sitting up here, and we can't make everything perfect, because the bottom line is you ain't never going to make anybody happy all the time. That's just the way it is. There are going to be some things nobody's going to like what you do, no matter what you do. But I think that we have to be careful how we wind up letting the legislature control how we do business here in the city of Greensboro. And I think that's very problematic, and that's why Winston didn't like it. And I talked to them last week, and including their senator. They all oppose it vehemently, and there's reasons for that. So I'm saying we oppose it today. The policies that we have, and I just want to speak briefly, the policies that we have pertaining to HR need to be reevaluated by HR personnel. I don't want to go in there and tell them how to make decisions on the HR policy. It's got to be interpreted correctly. And you're going to get into issues around, well, if they're looking at it, how broadly are they looking at it? Where's the discretion? I heard the word discretion twice. Discretion means you choose how you want to choose and how you want to interpret. Who's going to interpret? No lawyer in the room, no HR professional in the room. I think it's just going to get to, even if you expand the board, even, because right now, currently, council will only get one appointee. We got 9 people up here with 9 different opinions of who we want on that board. That ain't never going to work, because I'm probably never going to be happy depending on, and I'm in the minority piece of it. So, and I'm not talking minority, I'm talking minority. So I'll never get a vote that goes past to pick the person I want to pick to be on this board. So I don't like the composition, but I want to read the resolution. I'm going to call for the question on my own self.
I'll start it off.
I want to make one last comment. Regarding canceled meetings, when city manager outlined how many people have appealed in the last year, I believe that number was less than 12. You're not going to have a meeting when there's nothing to hear. I think canceling meetings is actually a good sign that those cities didn't have an action. So I wouldn't necessarily hold against them the fact that they didn't have a meeting, because a meeting probably wasn't necessary. That's my comment.
Is that okay to start reading the resolution? All right. Resolution of the Greensboro City Council opposing House Bill 470, Greensboro/Winston-Salem Civil Service Board. Whereas neither Greensboro nor Winston-Salem requested House Bill 470, the Greensboro-Winston-Salem Civil Service Board HB 470. Whereas HB 470 provides, amongst other things, for a proposed civil service board with the authority to rescind terminations upheld by the city manager, including terminations for excessive use of force or a direct violation of policy by an officer who may have even been indicted. Whereas HB 470 provides, amongst other things, for a proposed civil service board with the ability to overturn, modify, and otherwise change a transfer appealed to the CSB, although the transfer was made by the fire chief, police chief, or department head in their expert professional opinion to be in the best interest of city operations and pursuant to city policy. Whereas HB 470 provides, amongst other things, for a proposed CSB with the authority to overturn or modify these decisions upon de novo review that obligates it to give no deference to the professional expertise of such city leaders, and in fact places the burden of proof to defend such decisions as being justified upon the city. This lack of specificity about the standard for review will make any appeal of a decision by the CSB difficult to pursue or to adjudicate.
Whereas HB 470 provides, amongst other things, for a proposed CSB with the ability to designate its own independent legal counsel, which the city will have to pay for, thereby increasing outside legal costs for the city. Whereas the city is not opposed to having discussions with employees regarding a CSB with a reasonable structure, duties, and responsibilities that do not undermine the council-manager form of government. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of Greensboro hereby opposes HB 470, Greensboro, Winston-Salem Civil Service Board. Move the item.
So that has been moved and seconded, and it is a resolution to oppose. Council, please vote. And that passes 5-3. I would like to thank council for a very respectful discussion on something that is pretty controversial that we don't agree on, but I appreciate hearing each other's feelings, and I think that we can make some good suggestions to the Senate, but I want to thank everybody for a very respectful discussion.
I just had, Zach, I thought you were opposed to the civil. I thought that's what I heard you say.
No.
I'm opposed to the resolution.
I got you.
All right, so let me. The vote passed 5-3 to oppose the bill. So now it's the time for speakers from the floor. I know that few people have left. There is a group of high school students that I think that had signed up to speak, and I know that it's getting kind of late. Who is going to speak on their behalf? So the vote was 5-3 to oppose House Bill 470, to oppose the Civil Service Board. If you would give us your name and what school you're with.
Hi, my name is Cameron Ross, and I am a student attending Triad Math and Science Academy in Greensboro.
Go ahead.
All right, first I'd like to say thank you for having me before I begin. The first time I had experienced a school lockdown was when I was in the 4th grade. I remember the way my friends and I were huddled together against the wall. I remember the way the cold tiles pressed against our hands. But most of all, I remember the way my childhood innocence was ripped away from me, much like the way the sun was ripped out of that afternoon sky. In another incident at my same school, I remember being friends with a student who had brought a gun to school one day. He had told me that the gun was actually a lighter made to look like a gun, and I actually believed that. Believe it or not, he handed me that gun underneath the table, and the first thing that crosses my mind was how heavy that was, how it was cold and large in my elementary school hands. The moment never left an impact on me until I realized why he was being pulled out of class, never to be seen again, actually. I was told the gun was real by my peers and teachers. Sadly, that wouldn't be the last time I would have to deal with a gun-related issue in my school. Later on in my life, I would come to realize that gun violence goes hand in hand with life in America. From grocery store shootings to restaurants, neighborhoods, and schools, there is virtually nowhere in America and in the American public that you can go and be absolutely safe from a possible act of gun violence, not even on the nearby historical campus of A&T. As a student in America, I want to be able to attend my classes without the fear of being another added body count in a crime scene of a school. I think that the children of America deserve to be able to trust their schools enough to feel safe without wearing a bulletproof vest at all times. I want my life to matter, and whether my life is lost from gun violence today or tomorrow, I want this speech to mean something as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so
I was just introducing the other set of us. We're all part of the same group. Pastor White.
So I know that we had one speaker signed up to speak on behalf of the school.
Can I
So
get a volunteer?
are you,
Yeah, we're just all together to speak. One person will speak, but we asked you if it was possible to piggyback on what the school violence.
are you signed up to speak?
Yes.
And can I have your name?
Deborah White, Pastor White. And Kevin Odom.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You have to come to the podium.
Mrs. Hickman and Kevin Odom and Mr. Jamal Tate.
If you would give your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
I'm going to try to get us out of here before, 11 p.m. news tonight. So, name is Kevin Odom. I'm the lead community and business relations liaison for Reginald Center of Turnaround. Mrs. Hickman is the CEO. And when we talk about violence in the community, we talk about gun violence, we talk about mental health, we talk about substance abuse, we talk about the stigmatization of that. We also talk about, lack of access to, to quality services, right? About 5 years ago, Mrs. Deborah Hickman was down here, advocating for, some type of proposal for a business development plan for inpatient treatment for substance use and mental health. The city told her, if you come back and, provide us a 5-year, business plan, we'll, provide, financial assistance, and jump in and do whatever we have to do. And when we talk about that, none of that help was ever provided by the city. Now, that concerns me. Okay, R.J. Blackley, Walter B. Jones, and JFK, which are substance use facilities. Well, R.J. Blackley was shut down March the 1st and switched over to an inpatient child psychiatric facility. That leaves us 2 state facilities that provides substance use services, that are state funded. That's concerning for me. One of the reasons is because now we have 2 state facilities that operate as a licensed opioid treatment program. No other or very few other treatment facilities in the state can offer opioid services. That is a problem for the community, for the state as a whole. So, you know, if we were able to obtain the services, you know, obtain the help from the community, from the state, we would be able to help with decreasing the violence in the community, decreasing the violence in the
Thank you.
schools.
Okay, Lee Little? Is Lee still here? Maya Petaway? I'm not sure. Pamela Henderson? Anthony Camacho?
Madam Mayor, while he's coming, can we get the name of that facility that they were talking about? Because I couldn't really hear it and understand.
What he was talking about with Apostle Hickman?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can get you that information. And we have supported with in-kind contributions for their walk and fundraiser.
I think they need to be at the county, because you know what the chairman is proposing around the mental health, you know, and that's where I think they need to be talked to.
Mr. Camacho?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, esteemed council. My name is Anthony Camacho. I've been a resident of Greensboro for about 11 years. In the grand scope of a lot of the conversations that have happened today, I think that the issue that I've come to talk about is relatively small, but has a major impact nonetheless.
Yeah, can you get a little closer?
Sorry, I know I only have so much time. I'm coming to talk about the introduction of what some would call hostile architecture in our city spaces, specifically referencing the stainless steel park bench partitions that have been introduced. I think that our city is better than introducing these styles of design. I think that these go against our vision as a city. Greensboro is supposed to create endless economic opportunity and increased quality of life for our citizens. And I think that deterring our homeless and houseless population from using our public spaces goes against that vision that we've recently implemented. I think that it was about $10,000 that was allocated to this project. For reference, that $10,000 could have been used to provide 4 individuals with part-time work for a period of about 2 months at a rate just above $15 an hour. Sorry, my first time really engaging in public speaking. I think that we're better than prohibiting certain populations from our public spaces just because it makes us uncomfortable. And I would ask that when the time suits the council that we look at removing that hostile architecture from our spaces. I think that just about wraps up what I have to say in the time that I have, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Kwame, and I'm afraid I'll pronounce the last name incorrectly.
Hey, how are you doing? My name is Kwame Dunkwa. Good afternoon. I am requesting to bring back open streets to downtown Greensboro, i.e. South Elm Street.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
Yeah.
And you can raise that up if it's, you can raise the whole platform up.
Oh, really? Is my time still going? Okay, now. Hello? All right.
2 minutes.
I appreciate it. All right, well, my name is Kwame Dunkwa, and I'm requesting to bring back open streets to downtown Greensboro, i.e. South Elm Street. During the summer of 2020, Open Streets was an event where every Saturday around 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., the city of Greensboro closed South Elm Street. Then multiple restaurants set up tables, vendors set up shop, and for a few hours, Greensboro came alive. For a few hours every weekend, downtown Greensboro became an open and inclusive space where the community could come together, eat, drink, feel the serendipity of bumping into familiar faces, as well as the excitement of meeting new ones. For a few hours every week, Greensboro became a place people enjoyed living. It wasn't Greensboring, as people say. Many people enjoyed Open Streets, so I was really surprised to learn that Open Streets was going to be discontinued. I believe it was a valuable program that benefited our community in many ways. Looking financially, most, if not all, of these businesses on South Elm Street, downtown Elm Street, are small businesses. And it should be common knowledge that when we invest to small businesses, we strengthen our local economy and make ourselves more resilient from things like recessions. Tax-wise, well, we all know taxes are drawn on every dollar we make, spend, or even think about. So we already know Open Streets was an undeniable tax generator for the city. And lastly, Open Streets, in a time where distrust was heightened, for the police was heightened, Open Streets was a great opportunity to build trust between law enforcement and the community. And generally speaking, when officers are visible and interacting with the public in a positive way, it helps humanize them and show that they're here to serve and protect the community. Dang.
Thank you.
Well, that's all for me then.
Kimberly Bowman.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I will be brief as well. This was a small issue that the more I pulled on it, the more it felt wrong.
Can you give your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Kimberly Bowman, and I'm speaking about an issue after I spoke to many people at the county and the city. Their best suggestion to me was to come and ask for a motion to ask the city attorney to investigate this issue further. There's a parking garage about 7 blocks west of here. Normally parking is great, just like the bike trails in Greensboro. Really easy parking here, except on College Hill. Very tough parking. And there's a parking garage there where I stopped for 15 minutes, downloaded the app. It violated my privacy, didn't work, took all my financial information, and then didn't. I walked around the neighborhood for 15 minutes trying to find out if there's another way to pay for parking. I get a letter weeks later, $100 for parking in Greensboro for 15 minutes. I don't know, there's some places in Manhattan or Hollywood where that costs that, but people in their right mind don't park there, right? So I find out, I spend 15 minutes on the internet, and this company who's operating the private, now there is a journalist here locally who talked about the fact that the Better Business Bureau had rated them F, and they have endless complaints on there, because what they do is where they're servicing students, they'll send you an extortionate letter. So not only are they asking for the $100, they're threatening to send you to collections and ruin your credit if you don't pay up right away. Now, this company is based in Fort Lauderdale. Broward County has gone back and forth, and I know it's a concern for you guys that you're being educated on these issues as you're being asked to decide on them. Broward County has been back and forth with this company about their parking policies, their extortionate price gouging. And then they have gone, it's been kicked up to the state of Florida and back and forth. All of this is above my pay grade. I'm not a lawyer. All I know is $100 for 15 minutes of parking where students need to park. That's just bad policy that's chasing business away from your downtown, and that company shouldn't be allowed that kind of anti-competitive practice. So if you would move to please instruct your city attorney to look into it.
Thank you.
Yeah, pending legislation. I'm sorry, litigation.
Mr. Manager. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I yield.
I know that when you signed up, you gave your contact information to the courier, and if we could have the city manager or the city attorney follow up with you.
Yeah, and I know my time is up, but I know that what he asked specifically was a motion to ask him to investigate it further would be that.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, great. So I just wanted to make sure I clarify that accomplished my purpose. Thank you so much.
Malik Hugh.
Hey, City Council, how y'all doing tonight? I wanted to come and address some things that my city has been issued, and I have been looking at my city. Nancy Vaughn, this is one come out to you, and I done came out to a lot of y'all, and I'm back again because my city has been coming to me because I'm formally trying to be in your seat, Nancy Vaughn. I want to be like you, because you have put a light on me, but now you have made me step as an entrepreneur. And I'm stepping up to make you know that you have done great, but now it's time as I'm getting ready to take over, I'm getting ready to take the chances. I want to be like you. I want to be in your shoes. And a lot of things that my city have came to me about is is the streets, the homeless. What are we going to do about the homeless? How can we get them off the streets? Because I've been asking for the city to look at the News and Record old building to get information so that I can get in that building so we can figure out what we can do to make that place a place for my homeless members to stay at. And I really want that for my homeless downtown. I know y'all might not want us to be downtown, but it's a way that I got to. I want to make that change. And I want mental health facilities, mental health people to be up in there. I want more security 24/7. I want to do stuff to help my city, because my homeless members have got it together and we have discussed it. We have talked. We have made a decision on trying to get these homeless off the streets. Not only does that have a matter too, the depot, that the laws that they have at the depot, we are not liking, and we want them changed at the depot. And we are asking the city, I'm asking the city to look into that matters, to the loitering, to no sleeping on the benches in the depot. I'm asking y'all to look at that. City manager, if you could look into that for me and let me know what you think about it and check on that, because I feel like there need to be some changes. And that's what I asked for my city.
Thank you. Malik, PA.
How y'all doing? Just got a little speech. As Sir Walter Hillary, can you hear me? My name is Malik, PA. As Sir Walter Hillary surpassed the yellow band to surpass the Hillary step, to finally step on top of the world for the first time for the world to see it, the people of Nepal and Tibet stood on top of the world many times before he had. You know, we think about our black leaders and how they come. Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, John F. Kennedy represented the black movement. I talk about a lot about the great American citizenship, your rights as a citizen. Your rights as a citizen goes as far as asking Donald Trump and the NRA to arm 1 million black men to be trained in Greensboro, North Carolina. And not only arm 1 million black men to the T, but 2 years ago to go to the White House legally with your firearm and asking for 1 million armed march. This is backed up by the Constitution of the United States of America and the power of that great American citizen. Thank you.
Susan Allen.
Good evening. I'm Susan Allen. I'm the owner of Signs by Tomorrow, located on West Market Street in Greensboro. I'm here about the sign permit process and the inspections process. I appreciate all of you listening to our current concerns and questions. When you need a product or service from a business, how do you contact them? Call them, email them, go in person, put in a request on a website. How long do you wait for a response until you move on to another business? We don't have that option in the city. We don't have the option to use another vendor. We call, we leave messages, and days go by. We email, days go by. We go in person. We're told that person is not in the office, they're working from home. We put in a request on the website, and it's denied. There are multiple sign companies not pulling any permits, clearly offering better prices since they don't have the fees involved that we do. They're also able to offer an expedited timeline. How do you expect us to compete with this? After we submit the permit applications for the building permit, sign permit, zoning permit, we pay all the fees. We finally obtain our permits, sometimes months afterwards. We install the signs and go to a separate portal to request a final inspection. We have to type in all that information yet again. The inspectors don't get a copy of the detailed information that we're required to submit for permits. We're asked to print all that out again and submit it with the permit card at the site location. I've had inspectors call me on the phone when they're at the site and ask me, what am I here to inspect? It's unacceptable. This makes it much more labor intensive and time consuming for the city employees as well as all of our sign companies locally. I appreciate all the sign companies that are represented here tonight. You'll hear.
Followed by Britt Perkins.
I'm Scott with Signs by Tomorrow. I've been waiting here all night. I believe I'm in the twilight zone. We've been in business.
Who you say you with?
I'm Scott with Signs by Tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I'm Susan's husband. We've been in business in Greensboro for 23 years. Our last permit took us 6 months to get for a job on Battleground Avenue. Kaku. Is that reasonable for y'all to have to wait 6 months for a customer to get a permit to get a sign? She was so mad at me, she wanted to sue me because she couldn't get her permit. I told her to call the permit office. I tried to call the city manager's office. Nobody picked up the phone. They didn't care. I'm tired of it. It's an ongoing battle. When Ben Woody was here in his own office, I could go down there 20 years ago. I could take my permit in there and get the permit the same day. Now it's not happening. It's ridiculous. To wait 6 months for anything is ridiculous. That's not progress. It'll never be right. So somebody has to fix it. Either the zoning has to go or the building and zoning have to talk together. Enough's enough. They got to get it fixed. I called Solid City today. I got a permit today. The same day. Why are we waiting 6 months for me to get a permit to do business? That's not how anyone should work. We can't get inspections. They don't know what's going on. I can't get electrical contractors to do work in Greensboro. Why? Why will they not come to work in Greensboro? I'm sick of it. I'm ready to go to another town. I'm ready to close my shop and move it to another town. That's how ridiculous this is.
Please.
Y'all got to fix it. Y'all have to fix it.
Well, don't close it because you do good work. I've used
23 years we've been here.
We gotta
I'm done.
fix it.
My son's here with me. My wife's here. Fix it.
So I believe we have another speaker on this item, and then I would request the city manager to review this and get back to us and find out what the delays were and what we are doing. And what we are doing to remedy that.
Can they talk to, I'm gonna let them talk,
Yeah,
can they
this
get
is-
with them before they go, maybe, before they leave us tonight? somebody before they leave here tonight. They need to talk to somebody.
Right, we don't need to lose businesses
No,
because of
we
stuff
don't.
like this.
Mr. Perkins?
Hey guys, good evening. My name is Britt Perkins, and I represent Ad Sign Corporation. My friends Scott and Susan had invited me to come. We're actually based in Winston, but we do a lot of business here. And just to reiterate what Scott and Susan have said, guys, Greensboro is a crowning jewel in the state of North Carolina. It's a great town. It's a great place to live, to work, and just to exist. This sign permit process is ridiculous. It's too slow. It's very inefficient. And it needs to be changed, and it's not very hard. When Winston and Charlotte and Raleigh and the other big, and Durham and the other big cities are getting this done very quickly and efficiently, I think the city of Greensboro needs to quickly review their process and make it right again. It seems like that it really went downhill during COVID when people were working from home. So obviously that's a problem. In Winston, for example, there are a lot of inspectors and people in the permit office that have simply just quit. But it's still getting done. Greensboro's better than this. You're much better than this. By the way, I just wanted to say, he doesn't know it, but this man is from Statesville. We're native Statesvillians, originally from there. Good to see Zach. I follow him a lot. I know I went to school with him and all that. So, but what I'm saying, I hope not. I hope not. And yes, Zach's a state kid, a state guy too. So that's awesome. But seriously, Greensboro's better than this. Let's make it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach Smith, followed by Chris Smith.
Mr. City Manager, are you gonna do that? Are you gonna have somebody get with them before they go? That's disturbing. That's very disturbing. And so somebody needs to connect with them before they go. At least make sure you got the information and get with them.
Mr. Smith, your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. My name is Zach Smith.
Excuse me.
My name is Zach Smith. I work with Carolina Signs and Lighting. You may remember me and my dad were here 2 months ago.
Do you want to get closer to the mic?
Yes, sorry. We were here about 2 months ago talking to you about the frustrations that they just witnessed. They told you what the problem is. I'm going to tell you how to fix it so you guys don't have to mess around and try to figure out how to do it. For the second time, I'm going to tell you. The inspectors that you have, you got 20 employees doing permits downstairs that you could go downstairs tomorrow and tell them how to fix all this, which I implore you to do. You got 20 people down there. You need 20 inspectors. I don't know how that got crisscrossed. And also, your 2 inspectors that you have, they're freaking morons. And that's me saying it in a nice way. I'm being very nice when I say that. I just told them I was going to say different words. But I've already told you, you write a letter to the Department of Inspections stating that you guys are okay with hiring third party, people like me. They go out there and work with the contractor who want to see people come here and successfully do work. You do that. And also, I gave you guys an invoice for $10,800. Now, if I got that and I worked at the city, I'd be like, what in the world is this redneck doing trying to get money from us that we didn't agree to pay? Are you going to pay it? Because it wasn't a scare tactic, because if you don't, I'm going to have to, do a couple of things to implore you to pay. So what steps have you made since the last 2 months, to fix this problem that we have brought up to you? And are you going to pay me the money that I requested from you guys? That's the questions I want to answer before I leave.
The city manager,
And I called him 4 times, and he has not returned any of my calls.
He can speak to the
I want someone to
sign
speak to
issue.
it just because it's kind of messed up. And that's only in 1 year. That was last year. I have 2 more years. You guys owe me $30,000. So if you start paying me, I'll take it as a sign of faith that you're trying to get better, because I don't see any kind of trying going on. I see a lot of talking, which is city government. I expect that from you guys to make TV shows about it. So I don't expect it to move so fast. But you guys can get off your asses, go downstairs. Get up and go downstairs and tell these people to do that. You can do that in 1 day. 1 day.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Chris Smith, Carolina Signs and Lighting. I think I'm going to change up what I was going to say. Mine's going to go towards Sharon Hightower. I'd last time I was here, I told everybody on this committee what I was preparing to do. And I had your attention. And it's just a few of us here tonight. And I wasn't going to try to come back. And I told you what I was going to do. And Ms. Hightower seemed to be like she acted like she was concerned, and she took note. But tonight I saw her do the same thing that she did 4 times tonight. I'll quote her. This is very concerning. This needs to be addressed. We need to fix this problem. It's exactly what she said 4 or 5 times tonight, what she said when I was here. And I told you guys I was getting ready to put you on billboards because we have the money behind me to do it. No problem there. But Ms. Hightower, you can say that and be articulate and say that we're going to fix this problem, but it's just like my kids. When they're growing up, you tell them what to do, and you raise them right, and you fix the problem. You beat their ass if they mess up. It don't matter. It's you. You tell him what to do. He tells his people what to do. You need to fire these people. They don't know what they're doing. I can't go into the simple facts of it because it's over your head. They don't know high voltage from low voltage. I can't get into that part of the job with you because you don't understand it. I'm just saying, but it's a real simple fix. Greensboro is being shunned by so many people, and that's why we don't want to come here and work. That's why I won't come work for him to get electrical permits, because it's too hard. And your people are idiots. They don't understand how to do anything. When they come to the job site, what they should do is just say, hey, we'll pass it, because we're not smart enough to know how to tell you what's wrong with what we're saying. We're telling you the truth, and all you got to do is fix it. But you don't fix it because he ain't going to do nothing tomorrow about this. Nothing's going to happen. You know, that's why Greensboro is what it is. And everybody, we can keep coming down here and telling you, get off your ass and do something about it. It's what you paid for. It's why you're elected. We're getting ready to find out next month.
Gail Wiley. Billy Belcher left. Tony Hayes. Cheryl McIver, are you on Zoom?
No, ma'am, she is not on.
Is Mr. Holder on Zoom?
No, ma'am, he is not.
Sir, if you would just give us your name.
My name is Tony Hayes.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, for the city council. Code enforcement, one week they tell you one thing, the next week they come back and want to take you. And I don't understand it. Do you make cities overnight? When I get up in the morning, I cut the light on. I see bright lights. At night, I don't see anything. But I just wanted to know, what do you do with the ticker your truck, your trailer? I'm doing a yard in Greensboro, and I bought my tractors and stuff up here to do it. And first, before we did this, we dug this yard up. They come out and say, hey, you dug a hole, but you can't lay pipe unless you dig a hole. And they told me, you know, it was a nuisance. Only thing it's doing is neighbors next door is complaining and people coming out. But at this point right here, I'm tired. I'm seeing what can we do about this. They're taking you or telling you can't do it. And I'm just seeing what y'all can do. And here's your notes. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe those are all the speakers from the floor. Have I missed anyone? No? Okay, that is the end of our speakers from the floor. We move on to our consent agenda. Moved by Mr. Matheny, seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Council, please vote. Yeah. So that actually, oh, sorry. That passes 8-0. That is the end of our agenda as printed. There actually is a motion to adjourn and a second, which, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right.
Can we get the motion, please?
It was Mr. Matheny's. Too late, you lost.
Too late. I changed my mind.
For the record, Ed, to make sure you know that Councilwoman Hightower agreed with Councilmember Matheny.
Yes.
I just wanted to let y'all know next meeting would have a resolution for Josiah Thompson, who's a poet, and I'm going to recommend he be Poet Laureate for a year in Greensboro. Yeah, he is. He's talented.
Does it have to be the next meeting, or can it be the
I think
meeting
I had
after
some
that?
important announcements.